Ladies and gentlemen, we're running just a couple of minutes behind, so come to order if you will, please. I'm Dale Washburn. I'm chairman of this ad hoc study committee on ad valorem taxes, and we welcome you today and appreciate you being here. Let our committee members introduce themselves, starting with Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Vance Smith, District 138, which is part of Muskogee, part of Harris, and part of Troup County. And look forward to the meeting. Good meeting that we had last week. So very informative. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, good morning. I'm Spencer Fry, represent House District 122, which is the city of Athens. And appreciate being on this committee. I think property tax is a big issue that our constituents really want to get to understand and see if we can give them any sort of relief in any way, as the values are artificially inflated by the lack of supply. We're seeing our citizens, our hardworking Georgians, getting hit the hardest. So I appreciate y'all being here to educate us on things that we can do to potentially alleviate some of that stress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fry. We do have two of our members on Zoom today, Chairman Chuck Martin. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you guys can hear me, sorry I couldn't get down to the Capitol, but I do look forward to following it and the ability to work with you this morning. I represent North Fulton County, Alpharetta, Roswell, and the cities of Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Representative Crowe on? Representative Crowe, are you there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Glad to be here. Representative Clint Crowe, House District 118. Represent all of Butts County and portions of Henry, Jasper, and Putnam. Excited to be able to tune in again. Sorry I couldn't make it down as well. I have another engagement, another meeting in a couple of hours, but excited to listen in and get some more good information. What we got last week was very informative, and I'm sure today will be as well.
Well, thank you, Representative. Representative Beth, or Chair Lady Beth Camp is here today, but she is with a group of her constituents over, I think, at the Capitol right this minute. She'll be a little late, and I certainly understand that. She'll join us when she can. Before we get into our business, and we may have some other people joining on Zoom and in person, some of our members who are not here. Let me open us with prayer, if you will, please. Our Father, we are deeply and sincerely grateful for all you do for us, and we thank you that we live in the United States and that we live in the great state of Georgia. And we thank you for the privilege of dealing with these issues of public policy. And we ask that you would give us wisdom, help us to think clearly and to make the right decisions at the right time. We would not forget today to pray for the people of Israel and for the situation in that region. We pray for comfort and care for those that are suffering, and we pray for wisdom and courage for the leadership there. As a follower of Christ, I offer this prayer in his name. Amen. Thank you so much. We do have a good, I'm excited about our agenda today. Just as a quick recap, this study committee is looking at several things. One is hopefully to increase transparency for our taxpayers so that they would have a better understanding and a better grasp of the system and how the ad valorem tax system works, and the billing process, and then the assessment process. And that's one of the things that we're taking a look at. The other thing is that, of course, ad valorem taxation is very, very important to our local governments and funds local education and funds all other service delivery, along with some other funding that comes, of course, in the way of grants and other things. The ad valorem tax, of course, is aided by sales tax. And we have I'm looking forward to our mayor from Macon-Bibb County presenting today, because of his comments will illustrate what they've been able to do, or what we have been able to do as a legislative effort, as well as the local government and the voters voting to impose that. And so we'll look forward to hearing from the mayor and his Deputy Chief of Staff, Julie Moore, about that issue. So that's another issue, is about looking at trying to broaden perhaps the revenue and how it's raised. So we're looking at that. We're looking at the assessment process. We have some folks here today that will talk to us about that. And of course, we're going to cover a lot of other issues. But as a recap, we're looking at trying to increase transparency and understanding. We're looking at, I'm sorry. We are looking at trying to look at the fairness aspect of our ad valorem taxation and how it works, and to just look at ways that we might broaden that base and the assessment process again. So having said that, our first presenter today is Bobby Gearhart, who is the chief appraiser from Monroe County, which is in my district. And Bobby won't like me saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I've known him for many, many years. We met when we both were young men in the real estate business, working for Fickling and Walker in Macon. And Bobby felt the call to go into the appraisal business, and he became a highly regarded appraiser. He has the MAI designation, which is the most prestigious designation you can have. He practiced appraisal for a long time in private business, and he has been the chief appraiser for Monroe County now for a number of years. And Bobby is one of those people that is so knowledgeable that he's a guy I call if I have a question. And so I'm honored that he would come and present to us today. He told me that, he said, well, this is not going to be a presentation, it's going to be a conversation. And that's what we like, because our committee has been very good about asking questions. And so we look forward to some good conversation. So we will recognize Bobby Gearhart, the Monroe County Chief Appraiser. And thank you for being with us, Bobby.
I would like to say off the record, on the record, that this system that we have is very difficult. The BOE particularly, the manual for the BOE is 514 pages. Forgive me because I have a sore throat today. So I don't think there's any way that BOEs can keep up with that information. I know it's a reference manual, but basically, once they get, some BOEs are really good and they study their lesson, they do it the right way. Others I've heard it's a rubber stamp, and then you go straight to Superior Court. That's a backlog. We need to have the BOEs up front. And one thing that we need to do as an assessor is teach them that there's more than just the three statistics: the level of assessment, coefficient of dispersion, price-related differential. Sometimes when an assessor comes in and gives that information to the board, they go brain dead. They say, well, that solves it. Everything in that spectrum is appraised correctly. And that's not the case. The numbers that you see on coefficient dispersion, that's price-related differential, level of assessment, that's fine. But those are numbers tied to the sales, the random sales that are picked, and run the numbers. That means that those sales are probably correctly valued. It doesn't mean that the entire universe of, say, residential properties are correct. And a lot of times the BOE can't get past that. They look at those three numbers and they say, boom. And I had that happen to me in Glenn County last week. I've got a lot down there, and I had a 100-page report, mostly copies from the Q Public, but I basically had 2 years worth of lot sales. None of them were really comparable because my lot's down toward the beach and these were up north, but they just, it was brain dead. And I knew that was going to be the case. So basically I also appealed for uniformity, and I had 7 lots within a 9-iron of my lot that are vacant residential lots $100,000 each. They have mine at 175.4. They did drop it. They said 20%, it's actually 16.6%. But that was only because I had a 100-page report. And the chairman recognized that and winked at me, which I didn't particularly like, but that's just the way it is. So what we need to do as assessors is to go in there, and once we get past those three critical numbers, we need to, particularly residential, because everybody knows what their house is worth. Okay. And that's where a lot of the information, the bad information comes from. We need to do a sales spreadsheet, have however many sales, and a lot of counties already do this, but some counties don't. They just go to BOE and, well, the girl that I was with at Glenn County, she had 2 sales and they were both improved. So how does that prove land value? She's an appraiser one. I didn't get on her. That's, that was all right because I was going to uniformity anyway. But we need to do a sales spreadsheet as soon as the appeal comes in, get 10, 15, 20 house sales, array them, size, lot size, pool, square footage, basement, on and on and on, and get down to price per building square foot proper. And show that to the taxpayer before we go to BOE. Have that there. Also, if someone brings in an appraisal, and they can within, I believe it's 9 months of the effective valuation date, we have to look at that. And basically, that's another point of looking at that and getting with the taxpayer and going through the adjustments before you ever go to BOE. And that's my suggestion. That's really just good business, basically. Income approach, that's really the easiest because you'll get an income statement from the taxpayer. You'll exclude taxes. So you have net operating income exclusive of taxes. You load that overall rate for taxes for your district, and boom, you have a value that is pretty concrete. And generally, I never have problems with the income folks. It's generally the residential. And I'll answer any questions you might have. I know you're shaking your head.
It's awesome. I love it.
No, I mean, you were affirmatively.
Well, and let's approach it like that. Bobby said he wanted it to be conversational, and I like that approach. So just hit your button anytime you have a question, and it sounds like that Mr. Gerhart is certainly open to just conversation as we go about this. So I will recognize Representative Fry with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that information. That's really good stuff. And I just got a clarification. So on the so you're the appraiser. Does the state have the authority to guide you on how to carry out these appraisals for these tax assessments?
To a certain degree, yes. Yes. They are the DOR is very thorough in their handbook, the appraisal procedure manual. And it tells you exactly what you need to do.
So I think that one of the questions I raised last time was I called it lazy assessing, was the blanket appraisals of a neighborhood because one lot sold for 100,000. Then this lady she had retired from EGA, living in this house that hadn't been remodeled from the 70s. Next thing you know, her taxes went up like $60,000, $70,000 because her dirt got appraised. And it's like, that's not exactly, no, all the lots are different.
Yep.
All the lots are probably different sizes in some way, shape, or form. So it's not exactly accurate. Is there room for us to offer further guidance through the DOR handbook? And what would you suggest that could be?
All real estate ranges in value, just like concrete. All concrete cracks. All real estate ranges in value. And that's what we as assessors need to recognize and not say, these are the 3 statistics and that's it. We need to go a step further and basically look at it from a fee point, either the spreadsheet or the fee appraisal, and go through it with the property owner, and he or she will feel better about it by going through that, I think. And of course, we always have them check our property record card before we do anything. A lot of times we can't get into a house. Okay. We have a situation in Monroe. We've got a lot of finished basements that we don't know about because they don't get a permit for the basement. And so we have to look at a listing to get the most updated information to go into our system. And then once it sells, then we are in good shape. But we've got to do a better job ourselves.
Sure.
So, is there a way that we could guide you guys in a different direction that you could suggest
On BOEs or,
on BOEs, or also that, the blanket assessments of the neighborhoods, like you said, the
yeah,
different.
that shouldn't be a blanket assessment for one sale. We will look at several sales before we make a change. And I think that's the safe way to do it. Because then you have a plethora of information that you can show that taxpayer and back it up. You can back it up.
And follow, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure.
So one of the things that I recognize is that we don't want to turn into like a Prop 13 type of state. I know that sounds like a great idea, but it was actually has caused problems over in California where they did that. Also, I have a fear that potentially if we limit the ability of our municipalities to raise funds, that their bond ratings could be affected along with the states as a whole. So I don't want to do that. But we do need to figure out a way to offer relief to the folks that are retiring on fixed incomes in the neighborhoods that they've lived in these houses for decades, and now they're blowing up around them. And I understand that 100%. But is there a way we can do that without turning into a Prop 13 state?
Yeah.
But what would you suggest on how we could
I would
kind of
do
find a balance?
I would do a floating homestead, like Glenn. I think Muskogee has it. I'm not sure, but I know in Glenn, when the house is sold to someone, the prior year assessment stays there. They don't look at the new sales price. They look at the prior year value, and that is a lock. The millage rate floats. Okay, they can change the millage rate each year. So it's a floating homestead is what they call it. And that's pretty successful, I think. That's one way to do it. And that protects the folks that have been there for years. You'd have to start somewhere. So you're not going to get any relief on the older folks. You'll start in a certain year and start getting relief that way. But the best thing that the state has done is that $18,000 homestead tax credit. Thank y'all. That really has helped.
So thank you for acknowledging that. We've had a lot of positive response on that, and I was very grateful that we were able to do that.
Yeah.
We have a question from Chairman Chuck Martin, who is on Zoom. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gerhart, for being here. Going to your illustration with the vacant property, tell me about this situation. So, you got a developing area, and it's an intersection, and somebody's got a farm that runs up to the intersection, or undeveloped property that runs up there, and pick a name brand, petroleum distribution, gas station goes on the corner. We've had people up here in North Fulton, as it developed, that had commercial property developed next to them, and then their property started getting appraised at that because the city might have zoned in the comprehensive land use plan that future land use designation is commercial. And you got this person here has no interest in developing that lot, or maybe even the example you gave that you're going to develop that lot sometime when you decide to retire and go down there. But in the meantime, it's just there. Tell me about how we're stuck there. I mean, what is a person's opportunity to fight the fair market value? Hey, it's a willing buyer and a willing seller could sell that corner for $1 million, but right now I just want to grow tomatoes on it.
Well, they certainly have that option, but the highest and best use obviously has changed, or it has at least intensified. And
it makes it hard. It makes it hard for them to argue the lower value, doesn't it?
oh, absolutely.
And that's the point. I don't want to belabor the committee's time, but Mr. Gerhardt just brought up a great point that cities can inadvertently, through the zoning of things, put their longtime residents and taxpayers in a bind. Because I use an example of a farm up there. There's a lot of places where there's residential property, isn't it? So that runs up to an intersection that may commercialize over the next 20 years, but just because one fell on the corner dead doesn't mean the other three will. But yet they're saddled with a situation that they may have their taxes run up. And going back to Representative Fry, that I would suspect has happened a bit over in Clark County and Athens, as the city is kind of built up, that you got residential property that used to back right up to some roads. And that's what I wanted to ask. That puts our taxpayers in a bind.
Right. And rightfully so. I don't know a good way to get around that, because the highest and best use has changed. That's part of the real estate market. And we're asked to follow the market. So have a good answer to solve that problem.
No, I understand. So in your, also, if I may, just as a quick follow-up, Chairman, that the gentleman mentioned the floating homestead. I mean, we have that on all of our properties up here in North Fulton. We have it on the city taxes, the county taxes, and the school board taxes. And thanks to all those local folks that have agreed to do that, that would save a person who was homesteaded up against that new zoning, but it wouldn't save somebody that had a property that wasn't homesteaded. Correct, Mr. Gerhardt?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the only other thing I want to talk about is public utilities. In Monroe County, we have Plant Shear. Florida Power went from 380 million to zero in one day. We thought they were going to phase down. That didn't happen. We can't appeal. It's between Department of Revenue and the taxpayer. We would, and I'm sure every county would like to have the opportunity to appeal that value. And we're going to have Jacksonville Electric do the same thing this year. And that's a big hit on our county. But I wanted to just mention that.
Yeah.
And there was a court case, and Dale, I'll give it to you, where a county can't change the value on public utilities. It's Department of Revenue. But I have a problem with going from 380 million to zero. I guarantee you those personal property items are still there, and they're trying to sell it.
So walk us back through that so you have nothing to do with the valuation of the public utilities.
That's right. Once there's an appeal, there's two avenues, Fulton County Superior Court or tax tribunal. And the county has no say whatsoever, but they're the ones that are affected the most.
So is your recommendation, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you think we should try to give you more of an avenue of appeal when that happens?
Yes,
Give you
legislatively.
as the
Yes.
county.
Yes, every county.
Yeah.
If they have public utilities that drastically reduces.
What'd
There's
you
no
say?
rhyme or reason for that.
Yeah.
That just, I know they closed.
Yeah.
But on December 31st at 59 minutes, the 380 2 minutes later, there's zero.
And it went from what to what?
380 million to zero.
And so
Uh,
no regard for the underlying land and what is still left there.
No regard for the ash pond, the land, the unit itself, the personal property has to be a fortune. And basically, the DOR regs on personal property has taken out of service at or after the end of its typical economic life, the salvage value is 10% of its original cost new. Now, if it goes to backup equipment, is withdrawn from active use but retained as backup equipment, then it's half of the cost approach. Whatever that cost approach value is, that at that period of time, right then, it's half of that.
So in a nutshell, there's obviously some residual value there that there is no revenue coming from now because of it going to zero.
I've only appraised one power plant, and that was Tomahawk, Wisconsin, years ago. And, you know, there's a lot of value there.
Representative Fry has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a follow-up to the previous comment. Chairman Martin, yes, we have had an incredible amount of valuation over in Athens. Let me just float this idea out. I know there's other folks in the room that are going to come speak, and I'd like to just put this question out if anybody could think of. In the Chairman Martin, in the example you gave about the intersection getting a big giant gas station on one, but the other three are growing tomatoes. What if we could set it up where we temper the highest and best use valuation over a period of 5 to 10 years, which potentially could capture the future growth of that intersection, but not place a massive burden on the owner that's still just growing those tomatoes. So, you know, the highest and best use occurred on the intersection across from you. All of a sudden, your $100,000 corner lot turned into $1 million corner lot. Well, then whatever that tax is that it's slowly brought in over 10 years or 5 years, whatever we want. Is that a solution that we could look for on some of these valuations that potentially could help the lady that lives on Sunset as well?
Yeah.
Where instead of $100,000 lot, her lot is valued incrementally to catch up over a stated period of time.
That's a potential way of doing that.
So basically you'd be, as I'm understanding you will be acknowledging the valuation as future use, but taxing it incrementally instead of a big jump like.
I feel like, excuse me. Yeah, I feel like, talking with the municipalities and the mayors and stuff, that's going to be important because I don't want to hamper the community's ability to raise the funds, float bonds, complete infrastructure. That's going to be a big issue, especially if the area is getting developed. But if we could also come to a happy medium where instead of all of the funding right at once, they get it, the city collects it incrementally, but also the owner pays it incrementally. And so it raises a little bit over a schedule rather than a 1 year.
Yeah.
So just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's possible.
Chairman Martin has.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Since we'll use debate rules here, since Representative Fry mentioned my name, I want to rebut. No, I actually not rebut, but agree. I was wondering what the chief appraiser would think is, we have conservation easements out in agricultural Georgia. I mean, it almost seems like if somebody on that corner wanted to sign up for, hey, I'm not going to develop my property for 10 years, they should get to treat it, the way it was owned, just because the city thinks it's going to be a commercial property. I mean, there's places around Georgia that you see all the time in old downtowns that, three quarters of the corners, 3 of the 4 corners thought they wanted to be commercial, but then there's somebody still living in the house that's been in the family for 80 years. I wonder if it would be advantageous to offer something like that. And then if they decided they sold it in the middle, it's a little bit like the conservation easements are now. You have to go back and pay the back taxes and the penalty, because just because somebody else says it's worth more if you don't intend to use it for that use, it would appear, at least fair to me, that you shouldn't have to pay the tax on that use.
But
If
you
said the
still
appraiser's
have to
fault.
adhere to the guidelines of Cuba. Half of it needs to be agricultural,
Well,
pasture land or forest land.
no, well, I'm not suggesting that we extend CUVA into the gas station corners. I'm suggesting we do something a bit like that for these urban, ex-urban sort of situations. So it, modeled after CUVA, but having different requirements. I mean, if it's, because that's what we're doing with CUVA. We're saying your value of your land may be more for that, but if you don't use that value, we're not going to make you pay for it. I suggest the same thing could be applicable in some of these more urban settings, more suburban urban settings. If we want to preserve some, cover and some, low intensity use. But I'll just following up with Representative Fry, just something for thought.
You could do that and then step it up as you go through the 10-year period.
I want to go back to the BOE thing just a minute before we let you go. That, of course, Board of Equalization, that's in effect, sort of designed to be the jury of the taxpayers' peers in hearing an appeal. Right. So just to be sure we're all together on that and everybody here, that process is they get their assessment. They have the right to file for an appeal. They go before the BOE, present whatever evidence they want to. It's interesting that I've questioned a couple of folks that are some of your colleagues in the appraiser community, and I've asked a time or two, how do you think that system works? And some people say, well, we think it works well in our county. Others don't think it works so well. Just a thought and a question about that. Should there be any consideration of changing that system? And back before I go to the question, is it not true that somebody gets nominated to be on the Board of Equalization, they go for 1 week of training?
Right.
1 week.
1 week.
Yeah.
514-page document,
Yeah.
which I know it's a reference manual, but my thinking is when they re-up and take an 8-hour course, I would recommend for DOR to have somebody that has fee appraisal experience to come in there, even if it's just 1 hour, and talk about the spreadsheet I'm talking about and the fee appraisals. And that lets the BOE know there's a horizon beyond those 3 numbers.
Is there any wisdom at all in thinking about overhauling that system so that the person that is hearing that appeal, even a single person, is trained and knowledgeable?
That's a heavy burden on one person.
Yeah. Well, maybe it needs to be 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
But the point is, I've been somewhat concerned over the years to see people sitting there, with no disrespect to them, who didn't seem to have much of a grasp on what they were trying to do.
Exactly. Some counties, they go brain dead. They don't have the background. And, that goes back to the Board of Commissioners recommending folks. Probably needs to be older real estate guys or girls.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? But thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been very informative. I appreciate you coming.
I
today.
appreciate y'all asking me. Great.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to give you this public utility information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for being with us, Mr. Gerhart. Chair recognizes Mayor Lester Miller from Macon, Bibb County, and Assistant County Manager Julie Moore. Mayor Miller is an attorney in Bibb County, but I don't think practices it anymore because he's full-time mayor. He was on the school board prior to being elected mayor. He's working very hard in Bibb County and undertaking a lot of things in Bibb County. And so I appreciate him being here today. Mr. Mayor, thank you for coming. I've known Assistant County Manager Julie Moore for a few years, and she's always cooperative anytime I ever ask her for any information about anything, and she helped put this together today, so we appreciate that. So we will just turn it over to y'all and let y'all give us your commentary on this topic.
Sure, and thank you, Chairman, for allowing us to be here today to share some comments from the center of our state. We appreciate your service, by the way, but we want to get right into why we're here today. I hope a success story for all of the state of Georgia. We recognize the great work that we've done in bringing businesses in. The OLOS is something we passed, and those of you familiar with that, so other local options sales tax, but basically just additional penny. What I will tell you is that since we passed that OLOS, our millage rate is down 45%. And it's simple math, something that people can understand when they get their tax bill. 45% is huge. And we think perhaps after next year, depending on what happens in the economy and other things that are happening, we'll be close to 50%. What we have found, quite honestly, is that in the last 2 years since it passed, we've increased the number of our sales tax number, both in the lost and the OLOS, from 33 million to 36 million the first year and 36 million to 39 million the second year. We expect that perhaps this next year to go over 40 million. What that tells us as local government is that people are appreciating the sales tax, keeping their own money, but they're spending it locally as well. So they're reinvesting that into local businesses, and it's increasing the rates on both the lost and the OLOS. Fortunately for Macon-Bibb County, we don't have to negotiate a loss. So I get that headache removed. I negotiate with myself as a consolidated government, which is what this OLOS was set up originally for. But to go from about a 21 millage rate to about a 10.5 in just 2.5 short years is something that I think people can brag about. What we're trying to do, and I know it's been said, is decrease our reliance on local taxpayers to carry the burden. Not get away with it completely, because we do need a balanced approach, but we've seen that this has worked. But it also allows us to focus on the affordable housing and other things, the tourism. Now I'm really interested in bringing in as much tourism. So why am I doing that? Why is Macon-Bibb County going to have the world's largest indoor pickleball arena in the world? Because that's going to bring economic impact and more dollars. And what is our community going to receive from that? They're going to receive better public safety services because we have more money coming in, more hotel motel tax for all of our museums and things like that. But the local taxpayers themselves will get that every dollar that's spent there, that additional penny is going to roll their taxes back. If something's mandated, we were able to collect a little amount of money in the very beginning. We were able to capture that money as a reserve, and then it fully get implemented. We believe this is a fair approach. It gets kind of back to where people talk about the fair tax, but we don't do it. We do appreciate the money. We got the discount from the state this year, but this is all properties, right? It's not just homestead exemptions. So if you got 8 rental properties, it applies to all of them. If you got several businesses, it applies to them as well. It's not just on the homestead. So I think people are appreciating that. They were very speculative in the beginning when we started rolling out the tax amount, thinking that the governor's really not going to reduce my taxes, right? This never happens. But it did happen. And it happened, quite honestly, when we got these evaluations, we started getting all kind of great responses. So it's been very successful for us. We think it's a model that perhaps you could use around the state if people truly want to roll taxes back. Now, if you start tapping into it for all other kind of uses, it complicates some things. But I do think we've been very successful in reducing that tax. We haven't missed a beat in our budget. Our bond rating has gone up 2 levels in the last couple of years. So we're seeing great success in that. I'll also tell you that it passed, it's the largest percentage that any referendum have ever passed our community at 80%. So 80% of the people in Bibb County supported it. The 20% is probably just, I'm never going to tax myself no matter what, or people just vote against everything. It is a 5-year sunset that we negotiated, and Chairman Washburn was part of that process. We want to make sure people knew that we wanted to test it, right? We want to make sure this is work. It's going to serve the purpose it's supposed to. Not a necessary forever tax, but honestly, who's going to raise their millage rate by 45% in 5 years? I don't think anybody's going to do that if we do what we say we're going to do with the money. So we think it's been a very valuable tool for our community. We're starting to reap the benefits of it, and we think our sales tax is going to continue to grow, and people are going to reinvest in our community, which is going to help our small businesses grow and continue to be successful. So we're very excited about it. I think the numbers speak for themselves on the millage rate. As we all know in this room, is I couldn't have Mr. Gerhardt's job at all. It's way technically above my pay grade. But simple math. And when you have a millage rate and you can divide that number by how many mills it goes down, if it's just that simple, we know the percentages. The value of the mill can be tricky. We unfortunately reduced the mill each time instead of accepting the new growth that we have, or accept the tax assessed growth, the inflated growth, the whatever we call it. We've rolled that back. We've had the ability to do that based on the OLAS and other factors that we have. So I think it's been very successful there. I think it's something that everybody's looking at, whether it's the most, the loss, whatever you want to call it. It's going to be something that we have to look at if we're going to continue to grow the state of Georgia like the governor's done. But I will say, like I said, it's going to help us do some affordable housing in Macon as well, because the problem we have is like everybody else. We need three things. We need more inventory. We need more workers to do that at a better price, and we need cheap dollars. So if we can do that as a government through some of the programs that we got by saving these funds, we're going to be able to really knock it out of the park in our affordable housing. And I think it's coming. So I don't want to take all the time up from my assistant county manager here. So you can tell you a few things about some correspondence we got from our citizens. We sat back several times and said, if you raise taxes by 0.001, they're going to be with pitchforks at the courthouse. If you decrease the taxes by whatever amount, you're never going to get a thank you letter. But I think those things have changed. And I think she may tell you a little bit about that. So I'll let her say a few comments, and then we'll take any questions that you may have.
Hi, I'm Julie Moore. I've been at the Consolidated Government since 2014, really 2012, but I was there during consolidation, and that was a very interesting time as people were trying to get their feet under them and figure out if you were a former county or a former city, how you were going to work together. One of the things that I did was oversee the budget and look to other consolidated governments to see what they had budgeted for a certain department. So I knew we were somewhere in the range of where we needed to be. Looking at Columbus and Augusta with larger populations, I read through Columbus, Muskogee, and found that they had an OLOST, and it kind of began our journey of looking of who can have a HOLOST, and that was limited to consolidated governments, and you still had to go back to your legislators and have them put forth all the needed votes to have us take it to the community. And so it took us a little while, but when we got there, as he said, the overwhelming majority of people wanted to try and see if this would help. What I think it has resulted in is a significant tax decrease that people never anticipated. And I used to tell Mayor Miller in his first 2 years, when he was rolling it back all that he could, I said, you're not going to get a thank you note, but we've gotten several thank you notes. And one of them I wanted to share to you is a sweet, dear Mayor Miller, as a retired widow of Bibb County, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you did to help lower property taxes. Praise the Lord for you and your dedicated service to our community. And we've had many, many, many like that. And that does tell you a lot if someone takes the time to write that thank you note, because they appreciate that values change and they have a hard time understanding what makes that value increase. They get that value, a tax assessment letter that uses the old millage rate, and you can take all the calls and try to tell them we haven't set the new millage rate, but you're just constantly trying to catch people up on where you are in the process, because we haven't determined the new millage rate by the time those assessments have gone out, and it takes a couple of months to get all the information, as you know. But this has been a true success story once we've been able to complete it, and we appreciate all the help getting it across the goal line.
Well, thank you, Chairman Martin. I'm going to recognize you in just a second, but it's just such an opportune time to thank both of you for bringing this to us today, because one of the things that I really wanted us to do was to hear the success story of the rollback and what's happening in Bibb County about that. I got a call the other day from a gentleman that usually calls to complain about stuff. And he called me and it was, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just got my tax bill. And of course, he, was looking at the $18,000 homestead exemption, which gave him some relief, but the big relief was from the OLOST and the millage rate reduction. So it has been interesting to hear. And I think the community has really applauded what has been done with that. And to give Mayor Miller credit, he had this, when right after he got elected and we met and he started talking about wanting to do this. And of course, we did what the legislative process is. We went back and forth some. We didn't always agree. And the mayor will text you at 11 o'clock at night if he. And so we had, but we did what we do. We hammered out the details. And then, excuse me, he put together a great effort to get it passed. And it was a complete effort of educating the community. And so I give him and his team all the credit for the work they did with the referendum. So it has been a three-way thing, of course, local government, the legislative delegation, but at the end of the day, the voters themselves voted to do it. And so it's been a great success. And I did want to hear from them today, because I think that is one thing our committee should really look carefully at, is the idea of maybe enabling other counties across the state. It is right now, the OLOST is only for consolidated governments, as Ms. Moore pointed out. And so that's one of the things I've been thinking about for a couple of years, was the idea of giving our counties the opportunity to do this with the local referendum also, because it is a broadening of the burden of the tax base. So I do need to recognize Chairman Martin first. Chairman Martin.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a bit of levity, if I can, Mayor. I want to thank you and recognize you as the first person that has mentioned pickleball before a legislative committee that I've been involved in. So, you know, seriously speaking, I think you probably got a good thing going. That's a sport that's coming around, and people will probably come see you in Macon-Bibb County for your pickleball venue when you get it ready. What I wanted to ask you about was, in a consolidated county, I see this, and I know that's what you were telling a good story for that. And as Chairman Washman just mentioned, were this to try to go to other counties, how do we avoid the issues we have with loss, distribution? How do you see this? I guess the division for your OLOS money between what was traditionally county provided services and municipal provided services. You have to do both of those in your consolidated county now. But I'm really talking about the public works parks that in many cases are municipal versus the court, jail, marshal kind of services that the county does. If you were to go to this sort of thing, do you have any kind of numbers you could share with us, I guess is my question, on how that OLOS is spent between traditional county services and traditional city services to provide a roadmap should we want to think about that for other counties. Does that make sense? Question.
Well, it makes sense because you said it and I don't want to insult you.
No.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I think that we don't have to worry about the service delivery and all that. I do think that you can take great organizations like GMA and ACCG and put their head together. Ultimately, this legislative body is going to have to come up with some formula on the loss to take care of that. I do think that these things offer situations that would allow, assuming you can track everything through the Georgia Department of Revenue, that you can track where these money's coming from. It would allow you some of a negotiation tool between the two to have an additional penny at one part, whether it's the county or the city, and give you some leverage and the loss to take care of a lot of those arguments that you're having there. Our community is consolidated. It makes it a little bit easier in that sense. I think we have 160,000 folk, 90,000, I would say 90 to 100 are in the city. The other are outside the city. But since this is a tax rollback, all the money goes back to the citizens anyway. It's not really for projects. Yes, it's within our budget, and that really depends on what kind of factors we have. But I think probably the majority of that is spent in the city, but a lot of the infrastructure is outside the city there, and certainly the public safety is both of those things. So I do think it's a valuable tool. It may not be for everyone, but I think people would like the opportunity, at least on a referendum, to consider allowing themselves to be taxed an additional penny with some guidelines and stipulations that it has to be used, if not 100%, large part for tax relief.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Chairman Martin, go ahead.
I would just thank the mayor for thank the mayor for his, thoughts and explanation of that. And I didn't mean to, try to solve the loss problem. I just, going forward with another one, you guys have obviously got a great thing going, a great story to tell and some good things going on down there with the additional penny. And it's just dividing that amongst traditional county services and traditional city services. Y'all have obviously been very successful at keeping that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I recognize Representative Fry, let me make one comment about all of the lost discussion there. Chairman Blackman has another study committee that is dealing with that alone, and with the most that's being proposed there, which is new, of course. And so that committee is dealing with all of that and with some of those discussions about that. The reason I wanted us to talk about it was purely for the property tax relief aspect of it. And in my thought about expanding it to other counties, it was always that it would allow them to reduce property taxes with it and not to get into the division of other things between cities and counties. But of course, all of that is up for discussion. But I'm not trying to get over into the other committees' work there with that, but they are working on that. I'm honored to be on that committee, and we've had some interesting meetings and discussions about it. I think that the mayor responded very well, and to clarify that about the intention, there was that it would be up for discussion, but the intention in Bibb County was to provide a big rollback, the major intention.
Right.
And of course, it's a savings to the taxpayers regardless of rollback or extra revenue that is there to prevent future tax increases. So anyway, Representative Fry. Okay, thank you. Well, any other questions of the mayor and Ms. Moore? Thank you so much. This has been so informative, and it is really something I wanted the committee to hear, because I think there's a real opportunity for us to lessen our property tax burden on our local communities. And y'all, I'm a Bibb Countyan. We have a great success story about how this has operated there and how it will operate. Because next year, Mr. Mayor, it will be a 100% rollback according to the legislation.
That's correct.
Which I was curious. I have just gotten an email about what our new millage rate is. I hadn't gotten that. So that will be interesting to see what that amounts to next year. So the citizens are going to be happier than ever with that. So
We hope so. I will make one additional comment is advocating for this. Certainly not to throw any shade on the former mayor before me, but you have to have a politician that's willing to do things that are maybe revenue neutral, or at least if you don't have a carrot there to reward the local government, you're not going to have a lot of incentive for them to just be revenue neutral. Because if you take 100% in and give 100% out, it doesn't change the budget from the people who are trying to spend the money at the local level. For us, we're able to capture a little bit of that money right away, we call it a reserve amount. And that allowed me to fund $40 million worth of public safety over 10 years for incentive pay to retain our officers. That's what we did with the money. And then we immediately started collecting the money to roll the taxes back. And I think you can't just say 100% in, 100% out without any kind of amount for them to capture, because you're not going to convince the local governments to go through all the trouble and go through the process and advocate for something that's just purely revenue neutral. But I do think that Bibb County has an excellent story, because we've shown, and even in the short success that we've had, that the more you give people their money back, the more they're going to turn around and spend it right back, which is going to generate additional sales tax. So you're going to continue to grow that pie for everyone. So I think that's probably one of the biggest successes I can say that we're going to continue to do to hold off these things.
Mm-hmm. And that's very that last those comments are very significant in terms of an incentive for them to pass it. And also I would point out that it is all being used for operation, whether it's rollback or just a budget or more or a budget reserve. It's all operation rather than some special project to be funded, which is what the losts have been used for in other situations. So thank you for that observation. Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This great valuable information. Thank y'all for coming up here. So just a question on the last comment. What would be an acceptable ratio for the capture, 100, are we 80-20, 65-35? What do you think?
So just like I tried to advocate in the past about SPOS being able to use for maintenance, like we were on the school board, we could build these nice buildings, school buildings. We do all these things. Of course, we can't maintain any of it. So 65-35, but what we were allowed to do is depending on when you pass it in that particular year, you collect it this year, you spend it, you give it back the next year. There's a little, you've got a little money there. But for being able to bank that money for our community, we would not been able to afford to pay the 40 million. We set aside that money basically in our budgets over a period of time to be able to fund an additional 3 to 4 million a year for incentive pay for all of our public safety officers. So that was a reason. I was going to do it anyway because I want to lower our taxes because I believe that people will turn around and spend it right back. But I do think that at least that first year, if they've got an opportunity to keep some of that money, you'll get more people interested in doing it.
Sure.
I just want to point out, I really appreciate you understanding the theory of the fact that people on lower incomes, on median incomes, are going to spend the money that they save within the community. That's important for us to realize. We all got our taxes back. I got my $250. It went in the bank, hadn't seen the light of day. My buddy went out and spent his money immediately, and we're in different financial situations. And so if we can offer those opportunities for people to have more money in their pockets to spend in the local community, we all benefit overall. It's not the rich people that need the tax breaks or that extra incentive. So I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, and I believe I remember correctly, when in the promotion for the OLOST, you pointed out what you intended, the public safety piece in particular. You pointed that out as far as convincing the people to vote for that. If I recall, that you pointed out clearly what your intentions were with the public safety piece. And so it was a combination of the lowering of property taxes, but also that there would be some additional funds spent there, and the people voted overwhelmingly for that. And so are there any other questions from the committee? Mr. Mayor and Assistant Chief of Staff Moore, we appreciate y'all coming very much. It's been very informative, and it's exactly what I had hoped that the committee would be able to hear about the property tax relief that's been given in Bibb County, Macon Bibb County, from this OLOST. And so I just appreciate you coming very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, next we have Mr. Richard Royal, who needs no introduction, but certainly we would not let the opportunity pass to make some comments about Chairman Royal. He is the former chair of the House Ways and Means Committee and is a recognized expert on taxes in Georgia. And I am so honored that Chairman Royal would take the time to drive up here to address us today and to give us his thoughts on some things. So Chairman Royal, thank you for coming and thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to visit with you for a while today. I look forward to this, always coming back to Atlanta. I was just thinking it was some 40 years ago this month that I was first elected in the House of Representatives, and I stayed for 25 years. And since then, I've continued my work in property taxes, primarily in the agricultural field. So I do appreciate the opportunity to be with you. And I did drive 200 miles here, and I beat every one of y'all here.
I think he passed me on the interstate.
Early in my career, my third year to be exact, I requested a seat on the House Appropriation Committee. And I was told that, everybody ought to be on the Appropriation Committee because that's where the money was divided up and that was where it was allocated. Speaker Tom Murphy was the speaker at that time. And my predecessor was Marcus Collins, who was chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. So when I asked for the Appropriations Committee, they got together and decided that I was a candidate for the Ways and Means Committee. So they finally appointed me to the Ways and Means Committee. And it's sort of interesting about that. Marcus Collins was from Mitchell County. He was a Ways and Means Chairman. Richard Royal eventually became a Ways and Means Chairman. And then Jay Powell, my good friend, who is no longer with us. We had 3 chairmen from Mitchell County of Ways and Means Committee. I thought that was interesting. It turned out to be one of the best decisions of my political career to be appointed to the Ways and Means Committee. I spent 22 years of the 25 years that I served in the legislature on Ways and Means. I served as chairman of the ad valorem tax subcommittee. I served as vice chairman of the full committee, and I eventually served as chairman of the full committee. Needless to say, what interested me most, especially after serving as ad valorem tax subcommittee chair, was what was going on in agriculture in terms of ad valorem taxes. I saw unfair, non-uniform, inaccurate, and non-competitive assessments of our ag lands. In 1991, it took me from 84 to 91 to figure out how to do something about it, but I was determined to do something about it. A group of stakeholders, it included ACCG, environmental community, GMA, agricultural community, Farm Bureau. All of us got together and we started seeing what we could do to help the agricultural lands who were non-competitive in the growing of their crops because of property taxes. And the first thing we established was the conservation use valuation assessment methodology. That's a mouthful, but that's the way we started. We wanted to assess ag land on its ability to produce a crop and not on its real estate value or its market value. We then removed the assessment functions from the ag lands from the local governments and placed it in DOR, the Department of Revenue, for accuracy, uniformity, and fairness. By the way, CUVA, before I go any further, you were talking about the assessments of residential land next to a shopping center. There's a provision in CUVA for residential transitional property, whereas you can enter a covenant with that property, and that residential property, as long as you live in that property, will be taxed based on its current use and not on its real estate market. So there is a provision right now in CUVA for residential transitional property. And it has certain parameters, and you need to look up 4857.4 to see what those are. Getting back there, we decided to take the assessment functions away from local governments and place them under DOR for uniformity. We set parameters for the Department of Revenue to use in establishing valuation tables to provide for fair and uniform property tax valuation. We determined that there should be a 10-year commitment from the property owners to be able to take advantage of this property tax savings so that they would be insured to keep ag land. We didn't want anybody that received the benefit of these assessments to be able to do something else, residential, commercial, on the property. So we did that, and we provided severe penalties if they broke that commitment. It's a 10-year covenant that they have to enter into. And if they break that, and there's a breach, there's a severe penalty in that. This piece of legislation, CUVA, passed both the House and the Senate with a 2/3 majority. It was a constitutional amendment. It passed very successfully in the general public. And I think if my memory serves me right, it got better than a 60+% approval on the referendum from the general public. In the year 2071, I'm getting a little confused here, 2021. The Department of Revenue published that the savings for agricultural lands and property tax was $271 million statewide. And that averages along that every year, $270+ million in savings for ag lands for those people who enter into a covenant saying, we're going to keep our land as ag land. We're not going to change the use of it. We're going to grow crops. And for that purpose, we get the benefit of our lands being taxed as its ability to grow a crop and not as its real estate value. Okay, that was one program. The problem with CUVA is we had a lot of severe ownership requirements. You had to be a family farm entity. You had to be a naturalized citizen. You could only enter 2,000 acres of land. That did not fit all of agriculture's requirements. In 2007, Governor Sonny Perdue was approached by the forest land community, telling him that they were no longer competitive in growing timber because of property tax. They could not enter CUVA because of the ownership requirements, that all of them weren't family farm entities. There was a 2,000 acre limitation. There were some landowners that had 100,000 acres, and they did not fit the criteria for being eligible for CUVA. So they met with Sonny, Governor Perdue. Governor Perdue called me and said, Richard, you provided the leadership on CUVA. I would like for you to do something similar for the forest land people, the forest land owners. So we came up with another program. We got another group of stakeholders together, and we came up with a plan called FLIPA, or Forest Land Protection Act. We did that in the fall of 2007. We passed it in 2008. According to a study by the University of Georgia, forest land that had not been enrolled or was not eligible for CUVA or a preferential program would be taxed at some $15 per acre. Ag lands or forest lands in all of our surrounding state were $2 to $3 per acre. So the forest land people deserve some consideration. We started forming a committee. We decided to try to address the ownership requirements. The only ownership requirements in Forest Land Protection Act are you've got to be registered to do business in the state of Georgia. So that eliminated the family farm entity and the national being a naturalized citizen. That was not required. All you had to do is be registered to do business in the state of Georgia. No acreage limitation, whereas CUVA had $2,000 cap or limitation. There is no limitation on FLIPA. You can put as many acres in it as you want to. There's still a 10-year commitment. If you're going to enter your land for this tax treatment, you've got to commit for 10 years that you're going to remain in the forest land business. You're going to conduct your property and protect your property, environmentally protect it, as the same as any other ag producer would do. We also decided that the land valuations would also be done in the same manner as CUVA was done, on the land's ability to produce a crop. And we also decided that that function would be turned over to the Department of Revenue rather than local governments in making those determinations. And it turned out that both the CUVA and the FLIPA land valuation tables are identical. They're the same tables for agricultural land. So the Department of Revenue comes up with those tables once a year. One other thing that we did in Flipper, unlike Couva, we provided for a reimbursement to local governments, both the county governments, the city governments, and boards of education, to reimburse them for all but 1.5% of their loss in revenue, according to these programs. These programs do reduce the property taxes for agricultural lands. So we decided that it would be best to reimburse them in the Flipper program. And in 2021, the reimbursement was $35 million. Okay, we've taken care of agricultural land, we've taken care of timberland, but we came up with another problem. We still had 4.7 million acres of land, forest land, in the state of Georgia that was not suited for either Couva or Flipper. And it was not suited because of its business plan. These property owners were in the business of buying and selling timberland, and they needed some relief. Their property taxes were $15 to $20 an acre, whereas all of the agricultural land and timberland, the property taxes were reduced from $15 an acre to $5.50 to $6 an acre. It's still not as low as the surrounding states at $2 and $3 an acre. But these other 4.7 million acres were $15 to $20 an acre in property tax. So we started working on a plan to try to reduce that. We introduced legislation in 2018. I was not in the legislature at that time, but I helped draft the legislation, and we got former Representative Jay Powell to carry this piece of legislation. We came up with a program which provided for no commitment. You did not have to enter a covenant or have a commitment, but you had to ask or apply for this treatment every year. You had to go back every year and say, I want to enter these acres, and we're going to keep it in bona fide timber production. It had to be actual timber production, not just timberland sitting idle. It had to be producing timberland and being farmed that way. We also went back to the Department of Revenue and asked them to do the assessing functions. We wanted them to provide the clarity, the uniformity, the accuracy in assessing this land. There was one problem with the legislation as it passed. It passed the House overwhelmingly. It was also a constitutional amendment. It went to the Senate. The Senate put a 175% lower cap minimum valuation on timberland, 175% or of either the Couva or Flipper table. So Couva, Flipper, I told you, reduced the taxes to about $6 an acre. With this 175% requirement as a base valuation, it's going to be somewhere around $10.50 an acre. It's still lower than the 50 and the 20, but there has not been a lot of use of the Qualified Timberland or QTP program. The Department of Revenue doesn't have any numbers to tell us how it's being affected yet. There would not be any reimbursements to the local government on that either. One other concern that we have in ag lands and in timberlands is standing timber. Standing timber is the only agricultural crop that is taxed. No pecan trees, no peach trees, no blueberry bushes, none are taxed. Standing timber prior to 1991 was taxed every year, standing timber, taxed every year for ad valorem taxes. It was really a difficult situation. We did not have local expertise in the local governments, the local assessments, to determine what all this timber at different stages of growth, different ages, what it was valued at. So during the CUVA legislation, we provided that standing timber would be taxed only one time at its harvest. And it was negotiated out at 100% of its fair market value. So we've reduced the timber from being taxed every year to being taxed once at harvest, but at 100% of its fair market value. Standing timber is the only real property in the state of Georgia that's taxed at 100% of its fair market value. We have introduced, in 2022, we introduced House Resolution 686, which passed the House and went to the Senate, that would reduce the valuation from 100% to 40%, as is all other real property. The Senate did not act on the bill. It died for being the second year of a session. This, excuse me, this year we introduced House Resolution 96. It still reduces the ad valorem tax assessment from 100% to 40%. It has passed the House. Again, it's in the Senate. Hopefully the Senate will consider it this year. One provision it does have in it that may cause some of the problem is it has a reimbursement for local governments, the county government, the school system, any city government. Any revenue loss, it would reimburse those local governments. I think that's a problem in the Senate, so we're still working on that. The fiscal note on that, by the way, of House Resolution 96 would be roughly about $10 to $11 million per year if the state had to reimburse, or if the state decided to reimburse the local governments. I was asked also to maybe make some remarks on how the 40% assessment came about in the state of Georgia. Have y'all ever thought about that? Why we use a 40% assessment? I thought about it for 40 years and never really found out a real good answer. I have a good friend that's going to present after me, Blake Sullivan, but he researched some of it for me. And he found that that's 40% assessment level for all real property was introduced and passed by both the House and the Senate and signed into law by Governor Herman Talmadge on March the 19th, 1953. And the reasons given during the debate were they wanted to reduce the property tax burden on the people. Well, that sounds real good, from 100% assessment to 40%. Nobody mentioned millage. And they still kind of skirt around millages when they're talking about revenue. But anyway, they adopted that 40% standard so to maybe reduce the property tax burden. I think the 40% assessment level is confusing to the general public. Nobody understands it. They've asked me and time again, and I've had a hard time trying to explain it. And I've never found a good reason, because I don't buy the 100% to 40% is going to save you money, because there's no cap on millages except for educational requirements. You can play with the millage all you want to. I was on the city council for 10 years, and we would raise their valuations every year and keep the millage the same and said, we didn't raise your property taxes. I was guilty of that also. And that still goes on, by the way. Anyway, I think 100% assessment level would probably be more there'd be more understanding by the general public if they know that they're going, their property is going to be assessed at 100%. Now, there again, we go back to the millages. You're going to have to put some caps in there, because you would have a windfall if you went back to 100% and nobody considered where the millage was. So, you know, you could put a cap on the growth of the digest or something, or a millage cap on it, but you may want to consider going back to the 100% assessment so people would have a better understanding of what's happening in their property tax. In closing, I think that I'll also make another suggestion, is moving the assessment functions from the local level on all agricultural property to the Department of Revenue or some other state agency. I also believe that income producing agricultural land should be assessed on its ability to produce a crop and not entirely on its market value. It has worked for CUVA, it has worked for FLIPA, and it's beginning to work in QTP. The administration of this assessment, or the process, would still require legislative oversight. Lastly, moving to the 40% assessment level back to the 100% should be considered so as to bring better clarity and understanding by the general public. Again, millage cap should be applied to prevent increases in property tax bill. And I'll stand for any questions. I know I've rambled a long time and it took me 40 years to get there. So anyway, I'll be glad to try to address any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for being with us, and your presentation has been very informative. We do have a question from Representative Fry and then one from Representative Smith. Ms. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Royal, I sure miss seeing you every day that we're meeting. I used to see you a bunch at the Ways and Means, and we hadn't been the same without you. It's great to see you today.
Thank you. I appreciate your commenting.
I've got a question. I was actually speaking to one of the folks that does buy and sell timberland and deals in large ag operations. And there's a situation I'd like to present to you to see, since you invented CUVA, if a slight little tweak to it. The situation was that this family rented a farm to a family farm, put it in CUVA with all good faith. That family farm actually, within that 10-year period, sold out to a non-family farm, but maintained the exact same use with the exact same operators. And so that landowner had to go back and pay the CUVA tax for whatever period that was.
From the time of the breach.
Yes. And so it's a situation where luckily they were able to figure out how to just pay the tax, but waive the penalties because they are severe.
Yes, sir.
Would it be, in your thoughts, would it be a good idea to potentially lay out that CUVA for the rest of the 10 years at the land, not at the landowner's expense, because he had no idea that family farm was going to get sold to a non-family farm. But if the same use is being made across the board, would it be your opinion that could be tweaked a little, or is that could be taken advantage of? I'm not sure.
Well, that agreement came from, I told you we had a large stakeholder group, including ACCG, GMA, environmental community, and they wanted to limit the ownership possibilities in CUVA to reduce the ad valorem tax losses and revenue that they were going to experience. I think you would probably have objection on making that more liberal. There are other possibilities. For instance, anybody in a CUVA covenant or in a FLIPA covenant, if they have a qualifying interest, can change from one covenant to the other. Now, if they have half of their property in timberland that you're talking about, they could change over to Forest Land Protection Act, which has no ownership requirements. They can do that one time and there would be no breach in a covenant.
Thank you for being you.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, always good to see you. I had the opportunity to serve with you when I came up in 93, my first school round. And I think that example right there at the end just tells you, and everybody can see your knowledge of ways and means and taxes and trying to help the people of Georgia that raise the timber, or have the farmland, because we were pretty much all farmland years ago.
That's correct.
And so that amount of land is dwindling, and to try to help those people that want to stay on that family farm, I appreciate you. I appreciate your work on that and your knowledge on that too. And I really appreciate your friendship.
Thank you, Representative Smith.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for being with us, and I'd like to echo the comments. We miss seeing you. I hope maybe you'll be coming up some more. We miss seeing you in that familiar chair there in the Ways and Means office. So I hope you'll consider
Well,
coming.
I hope I can. It's not as easy moving around as it once was. The old guy I'm still active, but I'm limited. That's the best way to put it.
Well, I commend you for continuing to be active. You're a storehouse of knowledge and experience, and as the comments are made here, you can tell how highly you're regarded. And I really appreciate you making the trip up here today to present to us. And thank you very much for being
Well,
here.
thank
Very
you. I
informative.
appreciate it. I have never retired. I'm 84 years old, but I did drive 200 miles and get here before you did.
I know. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, well, we are doing remarkably well on our schedule, mostly because our presenters are so good and all so efficient. Our next presenter is Mr. Blake Sullivan, and he is joining us by Zoom from London, England. So we are honored to have Blake present to us today. He's over there serving for several weeks, doing some church work over in London, and he is so kind to have helped me and consulted with me on different things to do with forestry. And I won't read his long resume, but he is a forester, owns timberland, and is a forestry professional. He does have a long and impressive resume, and I don't want to eat into his time by reading that. But one of the things he has done most recently that has nothing to do with forest land, but shows his heart and the kind of man he is. He approached us by raising money to fund the Leader in Me leadership program based on Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, in all the public schools within the Bibb County School District. And I was honored to be invited to come to one of those schools and see what they're doing there. And I was just blessed to be there. And so Mr. Sullivan is who pushed that and pursued that. And I know this has nothing to do with taxation, but it is certainly worth mentioning because he had a vision for what that could do. And we are just seeing amazing results on that in Bibb County. So Blake, if you will, please present your thoughts to us.
Good. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for allowing me to be here with you today. I'm actually in Manchester, England, which is the second city in England, and we'll come home next week. Been over here for about 2 months, so been a real fun time for me and my wife to be over here and doing some Lord's work over here. I want to speak just a minute, if I can, about accuracy and consistency of property tax assessments. So I've been listening in since the meeting started, and I've listened to everybody come and present, and I'm grateful for everything that they said, especially Representative that came and spoke about taxation and all the work that he did on Cuba and FLIPA. And so I'm grateful for his work and all that he's done there. But what I want to address is the inconsistencies that I've been able to see in Tax Digest and some of the errors that keep popping up. As you know, we have 159 counties. All of them are supposed to follow the manuals provided by the Georgia DOR. Sadly, they are, even though they may be well trained and given the information, they don't follow through very well and provide the type of assessments that are laid out and they should provide in most of the counties. We have 147 counties that run a program called WinGap. And WinGap is a database where all of the information on the piece of property is supposed to be captured, except for the geographic information, the parcel information, and that's actually stored in databases in each county called QPublic. And that QPublic data accesses some of the WinGap data. But I want to speak directly to the WinGap data and the way it is kept up. So once information goes into that database, it rarely changes except when property is reappraised. And so errors that are induced when information is first entered stay in there forever unless somebody catches them. And that's rare. So I've looked at databases from rural counties where they show some parcels being owned by a different landowner. I've also seen them where they have vastly different acreages of land, far and above what is actually owned or called for in the deed. And those things right there are easily rectified and fixed if they're done correctly, and there's some oversight in the upkeep of the data once it's entered into the WinGap database. The other thing that I see is, especially in some of my community here in Macon-Bibb, where I live, is that there are many houses that are supposed to be in a like-kind neighborhood that show up in vastly different neighborhoods around the city. And that's a coding error that goes into the process. Again, that could be easily fixed, but is not, because once the data is entered into the database, it stays there until the property is sold or something else happens, but rarely is that taken care of. I'd like to suggest to the committee a couple of things that I think would be beneficial. The first one would be is that all real estate, when it is sold today, if there's a mortgage on it, or if it's any type of land sale that requires a bank to be involved, they usually require an updated survey of that. And today our surveyors use high-tech instruments to capture that, and most all of them will use some form of CAD software or computer-aided design software to produce the plats that are then taken to the courthouses and recorded. Those plats at some point in time make their way over to the tax assessor's office, but rarely do they incorporate those. They may check the acreage and they may change the acres that they have in the digest. But it would be great if they changed the actual parcel data to reflect the size and the shape of the tracts that have been surveyed. It's my opinion that this would be at minimal cost. And what I'd like to see the state of Georgia require is that if a property is sold or if there's a survey done for an existing owner, and any survey that is published to the landowner and is recorded at the courthouse, that an electronic copy of that be given to the clerk of the court, and that those records then be passed over to the tax assessor or whoever is in charge of that, and you put into the parcel fabric layer so that the acreage that is actually on the ground actually matches up with what's on the map and what's actually taxed. So I think that could be done fairly easily. I think it would be best to get the board of surveyors together to figure out how to do that. But in my mind, that's one of the problems that we run into, is that we don't have accurate land information to capture acreage, especially when it comes to appraisals and assessments. Second thing I'd like to say is that we keep a lot of data in our state unto ourselves. And I'd like to suggest that we reconfigure the way we do things and do business. North Carolina keeps all of their information on a database that's managed by the Department of Revenue up there, and their GIS, or Geographic Information System Department. And so when a clerk goes in and has a sale or an assessment or whatever, they enter in the information into that database up there in Raleigh. And when that's done, the fields that are captured and all of the information is standardized among each one of the different counties. And North Carolina has about 100 counties, about the same land area that we do. And they're able to keep all that information put together under one centralized database. Here in Georgia, we have 159 different databases. Like I said, 147 counties run the WinGap software. Other counties that are more have more transactions, such as Fulton or Chatham County, others like that, they have their own GIS department, and they do their own work, keeping that up in their own whatever system that they have picked out. So there's no standardization there. And that causes a lot of inconsistency among data, especially with property owners that have multiple tracts of land located in multiple counties, trying to figure out what they own and what the assessments look like. I've also provided a document that I hope Representative Washburn has given to you all. I agree that we need to let DOR take a heavier hand in the actual assessment of some of our property, as they do now with rural lands. I think the problem that I've seen over and over and over again is that because we have all these counties with different assessors doing different things, there's no standardization. And if we could get the DOR to take ownership of some or all of that, where the assessors in the county, their job is mostly data entry, and the state's job would be able to use some of the computer horsepower that's around to figure out what sales took place in what neighborhoods, what should be the fair market value of those properties. A lot of the analytical work today can be done very quickly and at large scale with very minimal cost. Just to give you one example, many of our counties in the state continue to fly their own photography. Even though the state has a repository for 6-inch imagery that it makes available to all government entities within the state. It's a shame that we continue not to use that and to have the state be the repository for all of the imagery data that's captured in the state. And it can be done at very minimal cost, but yet some governments don't do that, and they may spend $30,000 to $50,000 having their county flown. That just doesn't make sense to me. And the reason they do it is, I think, because they don't know that the information exists. And we already have the departments up there. The GIS department is, the state already has that. We keep databases in the GDOT, and we also keep databases in a lot of different places. It needs to be standardized, and more we can put data together, the more it will help our business community function well, and the more it will help our tax assessors do their work. And I think the DOR and our geographic departments up in Atlanta are well suited to do that. Mr. Chairman, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about today. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I really appreciate you being here and making the comments you made, and I appreciate the document. It is, you do have that, committee members, you have that in your folder, and I urge you to read it. It's, of course, he's done a great job of presenting to us, but this is very informative in some of his thoughts and ideas. Do we have any questions for Mr. Sullivan? I did notice that you, I don't think you mentioned this, but you, as a follow-up to Chairman Royal, mentioned the situation of taxing timber when no other crop is taxed. And I noticed that you mentioned that as well. The observation about the survey, I'm assuming that you, and I know from our previous conversation, the acreage of timberland and farmland too, I'm assuming you think that, certainly you observe that our Board of Assessors are often taxing or assessing on the wrong amount of acreage, a wrong volume of acreage. In other words, they're incorrect in their assessment of it, which your survey proposal would give them an exact acreage in which to impose the taxation.
That's right. I'll just tell you from my experience that if I go to a tax assessor and say that the acreage that you've got shown in your work is not what's actually out on the ground, they'll say, well, look at the deed. And I always say the deeds always say 200 acres more or less. And I've never found an assessor yet that has done the less. They always do the more. And the only way to fix that problem that I've found is just to have a survey. So go to the cost of having a survey, and then they can't argue with the information, but that's a big expense, having to go back and forth on that. If we kept the fabric of the parcels congruent every time a survey was done, we have much more accuracy in our parcel maps than we have today. And over time, we would expect to see almost 100% accuracy in those parcel maps. The more surveys that are done and added into the parcel map, the better accuracy we'll have, and we'll know exactly how many acres of land are in each county. I find it interesting sometimes. I take the county boundary line and calculate the number of acres. Then I go back into the Wind Gap program and I pull out the gross acres that the Wind Gap County program is showing for the county and compare the two. They don't match. I've done it for many counties and I still can't get it to match. Sometimes they're off by many thousands of acres.
Now, you're under your proposal on the surveying, of course, a survey would be required on any land sale. And also, did I understand that you would impose or propose that we impose on surveyors anytime they do a survey of a land tract that it would have to be recorded with the Superior Court clerk?
Yes.
Which then, of course, in other sales as they occur now, gets reported to the tax assessor.
Right. When a surveyor would go out and do a survey, they send it to the clerk to be recorded in the county of which the survey is done. This would only require them to provide the electronic copy of the document back to them in a CAD folder so that it can be incorporated with very minimal work into the fabric map that the assessor uses to keep up with the number of the parcels and the sizes of the parcels that are there. So I wouldn't put that on every taxpayer, only when a survey was done. But I think over time, as more surveys are done on property, like I said, we'll get to more and more accuracy. And you just got to start somewhere. And I think the best place to start is when surveys are done and recorded, to have those surveys sent in as well as the paper copies.
Well, thank you so much. I know, and of course, you selected what you wanted to comment on, and our committee does have your document, which is very informative. I would, since we're running just a little ahead and we've got a couple more minutes, would you be willing to comment on on number 8 under solutions? You did not comment on that. And of course, that is what's the word we'd be looking for? Would be a major change. Would you comment on that about the idea of a one-time ad valorem tax rather than a continuing ad valorem tax? Or would you?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. I've listened to the discussion from the assessor that you had here earlier and the discussion from the committee members about huge increases in fair market value of properties. It's my view that the best way to head that off is to collect maybe a one-time tax on residential property, especially. Same as we do with automobiles today. I went and looked at the number of homes in Georgia are sold about once every 10 years. Automobiles about once every 8.4 years. So if you kind of equalize those two things, it makes sense to collect the tax when the residential property is sold, rather than taxing it every year. And then what you do is you don't have to worry about the valuations anymore, because the taxes aren't collected. But when the house is sold, and then it doesn't matter what happens with properties around it, whether they go up or down in value, your house is locked in, you paid the tax on it, and the only time you would need to pay it again would be when you sell it. Now, I realize some people will go much longer than the average, and I understand that, but I also understand that people move in and out of our state quite frequently. And like I said, I think it makes sense to be able to take that gross valuation increase that we get, especially in many of our very urban counties, and negate that. I think we can do it with a one-time taxation. I do think it would require some more study to be sure that we understand what the tax would be paid, whether it would be paid on the millage rate that's in effect at that time, or some other millage rate that you and the committee might come up with. But I do think it's possible to do that. And that should eliminate a lot of problem with residential property. And if you think about it, that's the majority of where our big problems are with our appraisals in our urban counties, or with one house sells for a whole lot more than another house, and the neighbor's property goes up so much, and they start screaming and yelling, and there's nothing to do about it. But my view is that this makes a lot of sense on that. Now, industrial and commercial property, you can't do that with, because they're owned for much longer terms. So I would have them reappraised every year. But just collecting a one-time ad valorem tax on the residential property, you'd be able to reduce the workload of every county tax assessor dramatically. And in our urban counties, you'd be able to take all departments and reduce their staffing levels dramatically as well. So I think it has a lot of merit. It's worth consideration. Now, it's a radical idea, I'll grant you that, but so was taxing automobiles at a one-time ad valorem tax rate. Somebody put that through. That was a radical idea, and I think it's turned out pretty well.
I was about to ask you, Mr. Chairman, I don't have firsthand, but I do assume that the revenue on vehicles has worked well with that. And I know this would be a radical idea, as you said. But I think it is true that on the revenue side, no revenue was lost from that transition with vehicles, correct? Do you know? Seems like it's worked well, at least. Anyway, that is a very interesting thought, and I appreciate you speaking about that for a moment. Representative Fry has a question.
Mr. Sullivan, this handout's incredible. I really appreciate you bringing that to our attention and all these suggestions. And you don't look like a radical to me, but I really do like this idea. It saves the government's money over time. I think that's extremely important, but also, like we talked about earlier, it keeps the dollars in the taxpayers' pockets, and the majority of that money is just going to get respent in the community and could get recaptured through those other ways that we previously discussed. So I know it would be a massive lift to compare the catalogs to what the taxes needed to be, and that's going to change over time, but it is a great idea to start with, and I appreciate you bringing it out.
Yes, sir. Glad to do it. And look, if you can just get all the counties to give the full wind gap data back to the state and let somebody who knows data analysis run all the county and look at the problems that are in the digest, I think you'd be surprised at what you would find. And just hire data scientists or somebody from University of Georgia or Tech or somebody to come in there and look at every digest that's been published under the wind gap. You can merge all those together with pretty ease. Problem is that there's some sensitive information in there. Of course, taxpayer's name and social security numbers or tax ID numbers may be in there. So that stuff is not readily available, but all the other data that has to do with any type of property, whether it's real property or mobile homes or anything that the tax assessors are capturing with that wind gap data, you put a couple of data scientists on there and to look at the data and see what the fidelity of it is. I think you'll be shocked at how many errors are in that, and that can be fixed quite easily if you know where the problems are, and you can't know where they are unless you aggregate all that information.
Before we end, I would like to ask you to comment on your proposal in our paper. And again, I want to thank you for this. This is very informative. It's another, gives us some history of ad valorem taxation in Georgia, and also is an excellent document. And our committee members have it, and I want to echo their comments about the excellence of it. Would you comment before we close? We have just another couple of minutes, and I think would be interested in your comments on the last item about reforming the way we use ad valorem taxes to fund public schools. Would you comment on that?
Sure. So I know there's a big debate about our schools in the state, and I appreciate all of y'all working on that, but funding levels are, if you look at that across the state, what happens is schools are funded by ad valorem taxes, and then of course any of the sales taxes that they raise for capital projects, and that's their sole source of support, except for the state jumping in and giving some type of equalization there. And I believe that just because we have so many different districts that are out in our state itself, that we should have a funding back into each one of the schools based on the number of students, and there should be a cost of living adjustment for the teachers. As you know, in many rural counties, and I own some property in Webster, which has 1,800 people, according to the last census, that are in that county. And yet they're called to support schools and do a whole lot of things. And it's pretty sad to go over there and look at their schools compared to some of our ones up in Gwinnett County and other counties around the state that are very affluent. And to me, what that tells me is that the poor counties are the ones that are being left behind. And our kids are being left behind in those schools because we just don't offer the type of support that our richer districts do. So I'd love to see our public schools become funded strictly by the state. And whether we send all of the tax money up there from ad valorem taxes and have the state come back and give it back into the counties again, or some other mechanism that keeps the revenue kind of equal to what's going on now. I think what we do is we'd have more uniformity in our schools and a better chance of equal educational opportunity for our students. But we don't get it today with the way taxes are collected in every county. And I don't think the state does a very good job of equalizing that with their funding back into the schools themselves.
Well, thank you for commenting on that. And I want to tell you again how much we appreciate, and I apologize. I said you were zooming in from London and it was Manchester. I had forgotten you were in Manchester. But thank you so much for taking the time to come and present to us. And thank you so much for the excellent document you've given us. Some of your thoughts here are provocative thoughts, and they are thought-provoking, but good ideas sometimes, you know, have to be mentioned to start a conversation. And so I appreciate so much. It is clear that you're a deep thinker on these subjects and that you back up your thoughts with some observation and study. And we are honored to have you with us today, and we appreciate you coming so much, Blake. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to say that I started working with Representative Royal back in 1990 on the property tax issues that he talked about with CUVA. And I've worked with him all the time when he was in the legislature. So he's a real treasure. And if there's anybody that knows taxes, he's the man to call. So thank y'all for having him there. And thank you very much for allowing me to come and testify today too.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sullivan, for being with us. And I am honored and blessed to have the counsel of Chairman Royal and you. And so thank you very much for your friendship and your willingness to give me advice when I call and ask you for it. And we appreciate you going to the trouble to present to us today. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is an all-time first. I want somebody to mark this down. It is 12 noon, and we are right on schedule to break for lunch. So we're going to do that. The Georgia Municipal Association and the Association of County Commissioners of Georgia are providing lunch for our committee members. So we appreciate that and want to acknowledge them doing that and acknowledge their presence today and all their contributions. You have in your folder a paper from GMA and ACCG on their joint recommendation for our committee. And I want to acknowledge that it's in there, and I've already started glancing at it and I look forward to reading it in detail. So thank you all for your input and for testifying, of course, or presenting to us last week. And thank you for providing lunch for the committee today. We will come back in at 1 o'clock. So we'll break for lunch and come back at 1. Thank you very much. I apologize for being late, and I take all the blame. I was enjoying lunch that the GMA and ACCG provided, and I was involved in a deep conversation with Jim Thornton, and it was so entertaining. The time just ran by me, and next thing I knew, we were late. So thank you for your patience. It is time for us to get started, and our first presenter is Ms. Suzanne Widenhouse. Widenhouse, did I say it right? Ms. Widenhouse is the Columbus-Muskogee County Chief Appraiser. We had Mr. Bobby Gearhart earlier today, who is the Monroe County Chief Appraiser. She is the Muskogee County Chief Appraiser, and we really appreciate her coming to present to us today. So thank you so much.
On or not. I'm here to talk about the Muskogee County Homestead Freeze. It's the closest thing that the state has to a program of capping sales prices. And I was invited to come and talk to this because of this resolution that's out there that is proposed constitutional amendment about potentially capping values at their sales price. And somebody said, well, do we have any history on this? Has anybody done this? Well, yeah, we did. We did it about 40 years ago. So just wanted to kind of tell you what things are like down in Muskogee County. See if I can figure out how to use this. So a little bit about us. Muskogee County is consolidated government. We were the first to consolidate, and we did so in 1971, where Muskogee County consolidated with the city of Columbus. Now, the other major city that was there, which isn't really a major city, but it was major to them, was Bibb City, but they didn't consolidate with Columbus until 2001. So we are now totally consolidated. The Homestead Freeze was enacted in 1982 and was actually implemented in 1983. And the way our freeze works is that when you apply for your homestead, you buy your house, say January 2nd of 2023, put your application in for your homestead, and the value of your property for 1 January of 2024 would be the value that you have for taxation going forward. The only time we can change it is if there is a substantial addition to the property. We can't change it if values decrease. We can't change it if the house burns down. We can't, and you rebuild. We can't change it. So it is what it is. You have a pool in there when you acquire the property and you decide to remove the pool, the value of the pool still stays in the property. It doesn't get reduced. It becomes your base value. And that is your taxable value. So since it's been implemented, it's really sort of this welcome stranger, because we have people that are still in their houses that were in their house, had homestead in 1983. And I have a sample to provide you. These two, I hope you can see this. These two are neighbors, side-by-side neighbors. The one on the left has a property that's valued in excess fair market value in just over $300,000. Their frozen value is $23,455. That was their fair market value in 1983 when their homestead was applied. So their neighbor, who literally is around the corner from them, has a house valued just over $300,000, acquired their property sometime in the last couple of years. Their fair market value at the time that they put their homestead on it was $282,480. The folks on the left, their tax bill is $7.79. That is they are only taxed on the bond. That's it. Because their value is so low that our $13,500 exemption, the state's usually $2,000. We have a local one, it's $13,500. Their assessed value is only $9,000. So they're under that $13,500. Now that $13,500 doesn't apply to bonds. So that $7.79 was only the tax on the bond. Now, they are so low that they didn't even get to benefit from the Governor Kemp's homestead relief for this year. They received no benefit from that whatsoever. That's how low they are. Their neighbors, on the other hand, their tax bill this year was $3,236.19. They live around the corner from each other. They're in comparable houses, built same time, roughly same size, that kind of thing. So welcome strangers, newcomer tax, however you want to phrase it, that's what happens. They did get the benefit, the new folks did get the benefit of the tax relief grant. Had they not, their tax bill would have been $3,930 for their property. So we see people on a regular basis, particularly as soon as the tax bills go out, not even so much when the notices go out, but once the tax bills go out and they hit our public access website, everybody looks up to see what their neighbors are paying. And that's when we get a lot of people coming in saying, well, my neighbor's only paying $50, $100, or, that kind of thing. And they want to know how is this equal? How is this allowed? Well, it's allowed. It's been approved by the state Supreme Court says this is not a violation of the Constitution. This is constitutional. So that's the way it is. Now, we have in Muskogee County just over 72,000, almost 73,000 parcels. Approximately 66,000 of them are residential units. Out of those, we have 30,581 of them are homesteaded. Out of that 30,581, 45% of them pay less than $100 per year. 45% of the 30,581 homesteaded properties pay less than $100 per year in taxes. One of the, I don't know if I broke it down or not, millage rates. So our millage rate chart looks a little funny here. In 1986, we got rid of District 3, or District 3 tax district. It was rolled into District 1. Which comprises most of the actual city area, not out into the county area. In 1999, they added 3 bid districts. Those are the funny little lines at the very top. And then we had in 2010, they did a recalculation of a sales tax. They lowered the millage rate for 1 year and promptly took it right back up. So one of the things to know about Muskogee County is our school millage rate is one of the highest in the state. I believe it's in the top 3. We're at 23.321 mills for our school. Some areas of Muskogee County, we are in a combined rate greater than 40. You'll notice those top 3 up there, 45, 46, 47 mills for our business improvement districts. We have one of the highest tax rates in the state. You'll notice that this sales history goes, the sales tax history goes all the way back. It kind of levels off, drops off, and then it comes back up as T-SPLOS or O-SPLOS or SPLOS have fallen off and then been voted back on. So when we started this in 1982, our sales tax was 4%. That was everything. It was 4%. Very first year after we started, they added, I think it was a couple years after we started, they added a 1% onto it to 5%, and then it's just been upward ever since. So we are now at 9% in Muskogee County. Let's see. So who's making up the difference? It's the newcomers for sure, but it's also businesses. And so what that means for Muskogee County is trying to attract businesses is a real challenge. Our growth is less on average than the state is. The overall average for the state, and these are kind of funny little lines, the bar chart going up is just the increase in our overall digest. But the bar charts are, the line charts are the percentage of increase. The growth across the state on average is about 4.2%. That's according to Fred's. For Columbus, since the inception of this homestead freeze, it's 4.05. But a really good year to look at is the most recent, which is 22, where across the state, the average increase was a 21.59% was the average across the state. Some counties more, some counties less. For Columbus, we were at 8.27. So our growth is significantly less than other areas of the state. And part of that is because we're, to try and attract businesses, we have to come up with ways to counter this higher millage rate and the higher sales tax rate. We have the workforce. We have, good technical college, and we have local community college and all of that. We've got the workforce. They'll train them for whatever we need, but we have to counter the millage rate. And we do so with a lot of tax abatements and bonds. That's the only way, bond programs, that's the only way we can encourage the growth at this point. Because otherwise they're bearing the brunt of it. So there have been attempts to thaw the freeze. And I should mention that at the time that the freeze was put into place, and that was my last slide, by the way, the interest rates were in the high double digits in 1982. That was when this was put into place. The very first attempt at what we call thawing the freeze and trying to eliminate this freeze was a mere 10 years later. They made the first attempt in 1992, and it was overwhelmingly shot down by the folks who have the homestead freeze. They don't want to give it up. They're worried that if they do, their taxes are going to go up because they don't have faith that their millage rate will come down as things get equalized. And then they made another attempt starting in 2015 that actually hit the voters in 2016, which was again rejected. It was 62% voted to hang on to the freeze. So it's once it's in place, it's impossible to remove it, even though it was going to be a phased out type of situation so that it wasn't going to just hit somebody all at once in 1 year. This year, 2023, our exempted amount of fair market value. So the amount of fair market value, that's the difference between the frozen value and what a property is actually worth in Muskogee County for those homesteaded properties, was just over $850 million assessed value. That's a 40% number. So to kind of give you an idea of how much the burden is being shifted to other businesses, to newcomers, to landlords, to, real property investors. The burden is being shifted to them. If you can't homestead your property, it's getting shifted over. And that really has a direct impact on whether we're able to, encourage growth in our city and for people and businesses to come. So does anybody have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I don't see any other lights lit up, but I have a couple of questions. So that, and I know the answer to this before I ask it, but I want to be sure that everybody else is following what I'm asking. So this, the homestead freeze is homestead only, doesn't apply to all the non-residential properties. And so that freeze of the homestead, you buy a house, that is frozen, obviously doesn't apply to everything else, which I see is one of the difficulties here. And I'm not arguing for or against this, just sort of trying to let us all see this. Give me again the percentage of you gave us a percentage of the homes or the residences or homesteads that pay less than $100 a year.
45%.
45%.
45%.
In Muskogee County.
Yes, sir.
Well, that would certainly present evidence that the frozen homestead is an incentive not to sell your house and not to move.
It's
for
absolutely, and add to it the low interest rate period that we had. And people have these golden nooses around their necks because they have all refinanced their homes. They're locked in at these frozen values. I'm one of them. You're not going to pry me out of Muskogee County because I'm locked in at a nice low rate and I have a nice frozen homestead and my value shot up and I'm locked in. And I've only been there 4.5 years. I haven't been there 40 years, the way some residents have, or even 13 or 15 years. But I would like to point out that one of the problems with the frozen homestead is, and it's one of the things nobody talks about, but what happens when there's a downturn in the market? I can tell you what happened in Muskogee County when there was a downturn in the market. All of those folks that bought their houses at the top of the market in 2006, 7, and 8, they promptly put their homestead freeze on there because that was, hey, get your freeze in, lock it in. Then the values tanked. The bottom fell out of the real estate market. Everybody's value was frozen. Some of those people only just now have their property values recovered enough to where they're actually seeing the benefit of the freeze. They had all of these years where they didn't see the benefit of that freeze and they were locked in and they were taxed according to that frozen value. Because that's the way our amendment was written. The value couldn't go down. It would be locked in. You were frozen, good or bad, you were frozen. And so when they locked in and then the bottom fell out of their values, there was nothing we could do for them. They were stuck at that. And that's something that a lot of people don't talk about or consider.
Now, when this was done, was it just purely local legislation or was this a general bill that allowed y'all to do that?
It's a constitutional amendment.
Okay, it was a constitutional amendment. So was it, and it was a referendum?
Mhm.
that
Yes,
you
sir.
voted to impose it.
Yes.
And so now, obviously, politically, those folks that are enjoying that, 45% of Muskogee County is in that.
Less than 100%.
Yeah.
Less than $100.
Very interesting. So what I would be interested to know, do you have a proposed solution for us in terms of what can be done about it if the voters keep saying no?
Anytime that you start talking about capping values, you create inequality. And I've read the proposed resolution, and one of the things that it talks about, oh, this is going to reduce administrative costs and all of that. It won't. You're going to have to maintain 2 sets of values the way we in Muskogee County maintain 2 sets of values, because you have to be able to determine what the true fair market value is of that property if you're going to be able to adjust that property if they make an addition to it. It's the value of an addition is not the cost of construction. The value of an addition is what it adds to the property. A $40,000 pool doesn't necessarily add $40,000 worth of value to a house. So you're still going to have to maintain what a true fair market value is versus what a frozen value is. We still get appeals every single year of people with frozen values who come in and they appeal their value because they've had an addition or because they just disagree with our value. Our fair market value, maybe they're wanting to sell their property and they want the fair market value to be reflective of what the property is actually worth over what they're frozen. We're required by the state to maintain fair market value. And we're tested using sales ratios on whether or not we have attained that. Our fair market, our frozen values don't have anything to do with our sales ratio values. We're still having to maintain both values. So that's something to consider, is the fact that this is not going to, it's not necessarily going to save any kind of dollars for the local counties. In fact, they're going to incur expenses in modifying their CAMA systems to be able to handle the maintaining of 2 values the way we do.
I have one more quick question before I go to our committee. I've got 2 questions. When there is an addition and you do reassess, you just add the added value of the addition to the frozen homestead, or do you get a
Correct.
shot at reassessing?
No, we do not get a shot at reassessing. We can only add the value of that addition to the homestead. So if they put in a $40,000 pool in a neighborhood that says, hey, pools are only worth $5,000, then all we can add on to it is the $5,000. And we don't get a chance to bring that house up to market value.
Okay, thank you. I don't know which one of y'all was first, so Chair Lady Camp, we'll start on your end down there.
Fry, very, very kind of you to allow me to go first. I was looking, I'm a realtor and I'm a member of Georgia MLS. And so I was just looking how many houses are on the market right now in Muskogee County. And on Georgia MLS right now, there are 94 homes. And I thought, okay, well, that's not so many. And I looked in Upson County, Georgia, which is one of the counties I represent. I think geographically about the same size, not the same population. And there are 81 houses on the market. Difference being in Muskogee County, according to the U.S. Census Board, there's 205,000 people living in Muskogee County and 26,000 living in Upson County. So what you testified was accurate based on the numbers I'm seeing. It doesn't look like people move in or out of Muskogee County.
And we are home to one of the largest military bases in the United States, which you would expect to have a very transient population when Fort Moore employs 40,000 people. And we have soldiers rotating in and out. But the truth of it is a lot of them are living in neighboring counties or across the state line in Alabama.
Which goes to my next question. Do you feel that because of the freeze, so to speak, that Muskogee County has a older, aging homeownership population?
Yes, I do. When I look at how much of our Homestead Digest is at $100 or less, that tells me that we have an aging homeownership.
All right. So essentially what I gleaned from what you presented was that people who move in are basically subsidizing the county.
Mhm.
Because
Welcome strangers.
without people moving in, you'd be a lot higher than 43%
Correct.
on your millage.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Next, Chairman Martin was ahead. Chairman Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. And I apologize to Chair. I'd lost connection here and missed the beginning of your presentation. Tell me how they froze it so that in 1992, their value would only be yielding $100 at 40% at a 40 mil taxation rate now.
So in 1982, they enacted, it was a constitutional amendment. It was implemented in 1983, is when our homestead went into effect. And what it says is that the value of the property as of 1 January of 1983, if you were homesteaded at that time, your value was frozen.
Okay.
And anybody that acquires property or places homestead on it afterwards, whatever the value is for that year is the value that they get for their homestead. And that freezes their value. So their property and I had an example of two houses that are right around the corner from each other in Columbus.
Yes, ma'am. And let me interrupt because I don't want to take the committee's time. And I understand. I saw your example. My question is, you related that there were 43%, I think, of the houses that paid $100 or less in taxes in Muskogee, right? Columbus, Muskogee.
45% that are homesteaded that pay less than $100.
45, not 43. And you said they pay $100 or less.
Yes.
And if my calculation right, if you had a assessed value of 2,500 at 40 mils, that's $100.
So here in the way it's calculated is it's the frozen value times 40%. So if they're, as the example I had
in 1980, in 1992, my house was frozen at 100,000. I would pay taxes on 40,000.
You would pay taxes on 40% of that. And then we take off our 13,500 for the homestead exemption itself. And then you would pay taxes based on the current millage rate up against that up against that difference. That
Okay,
30,
so your your homestead exemption of $1,300 is
13,500.
okay. So, but if maybe I'll get you offline to ask you about it. I'm just trying to figure out how you get less than 100, because that's like if you have 40 mills, which you testified or not testified, but related to us,
Wait,
that would only be $2,500 of assessed value after your applications. But we can go with that later. So let me take you down this. So clearly in 92, I think you said, right? 92 was when it went in. 82.
1982.
So 82 when
was
it
the
went
first
into
year of
place.
implementation.
Have you looked at what we did in Fulton County in 2018, where we allowed you to freeze the property, but gave the governing authorities, the school board, county, school, or cities, that you froze it, and basically as your value increased, your homestead exemption increased along with it, less inflation or 3%, which is higher, so that you don't have an absolute zero. That's a bit of difference if you watch the committee last week of what Mr. Snyder proposed and what we had done in Fulton County, where you actually capture the appreciation based on inflation, but not the crazy types of appreciation we've seen because the federal government dumped $6 trillion into the economy.
So that's not the way ours is calculated.
No, I understand that. I just said, would not the new, if you will, the new way of floating homestead be better than, would put you in, I won't say be better, would put the governing authorities in a less tenuous spot than what you find in Columbus, Muskogee today?
I'm not gonna, I can't answer that question. That's not, I don't have any experience with that floating homestead. All I can talk to is the situation that we currently have in Muskogee County, and it would be up to our voters whether they wanted to change the homestead that they have. I do know that when they attempted it in 2015, 2016, it was suggested to phase it out, something similar to that, where the level of exemption would increase, so that those who were frozen wouldn't be all of a sudden bearing the brunt of this frozen exemption going away. And the voters overwhelmingly rejected it. And so that's all I can go off of.
Okay, no, that's fine. And that wasn't an adversarial question. I just, the newer way, I mean, 30 years of experience. I mean, I'm sure somebody out there saw the trials and tribulations that Columbus, Muskogee had gone through and built in the inflationary times with that. Do you find that your millage rate could be lower if you didn't have to give so many? I mean, is it a chicken and an egg with the bond and the inducements to bring in business? If you had less millage, you wouldn't have to do those, but until you get less millage, you have to do those. Is that a bit of a chicken and an egg type thing from an operational standpoint?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you've got to, if you lower the millage rate, it's going to be easier to attract businesses, but you can't lower the millage rate until you equalize.
Have businesses. Yeah. I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Martin, Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you, Suzanne. That was great info. And I just want to get a clarification if you can answer this. If you can't, don't worry about it. Are you for or against this type of freeze? What would you recommend? Maybe I would say, like, maybe I'm not going to ask you that. I'll withdraw the question, Mr. Chair. But to your point,
if you want to ask me that off the record and offline,
Yes,
I'll give
ma'am.
you an answer.
Maybe I
But
should have been
I am
sorry
not going
for
to
that.
answer that question right now.
You don't have to answer it all, Brian.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just to follow up, and I appreciate very much you being here, and I have a couple other questions for you, and I appreciate your information. Following up with Chairman Martin's, I was trying to do that math too. And of course, you go back to 1983, we'd have to go back and get to some of those values and look at that. I think the chairman is making a very good point about the differences between under your situation here, where it's frozen and nothing increases, course, the chairman was asking about if you did this system, but with some built-in inflationary adjustment with CPI or either something else that was picked. And the other thing too is that this is homestead only, so not the non-homestead properties, which it would be interesting to know, if that same situation with the same about properties not being sold. I did have a question for you though, and this is a little outside of your arena. Y'all have the OLOST because it's my recollection that was created for Muskogee. But y'all don't do any rollback with that. That money is just into the general fund for operational expense.
To my understanding,
Yeah.
and I really,
I know that's not.
I can't answer that one with 100% certainty.
Yeah.
I try and stay out of our finance director's office if I can.
I understand. Well, you have been very informative. We appreciate it very much. Did the committee have any additional questions? Did I already ask you that is there any remedy for your situation other than the voters voting to raise their own taxes by several $1,000s a year?
No, there is,
40%
that is the only remedy.
Chairman Washburn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know the county government down there, but just giving them a bit of I don't know, attaboy. I mean, their OLOS may not be a rollback, but if not but for their OLOS, their millage would probably be higher. So
Yeah,
it's
right.
kind of like a rollback to people that don't have the freeze. I don't know if Susan would agree with that or not, but it sort of helps keep it evens it out a bit, doesn't it, Susan? Did I get Susan's name right? I apologize.
It's Suzanne, but close.
Suzanne, I'm sorry. Yeah. That tries to even it out a bit, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, it's, and that's the sales tax, does push it to anybody coming through. So with 185 cruising right through Columbus, if people stop and when the soldiers do their training and their families come in for graduation, they're all paying that 9%. And that does help. If we didn't have that, the millage rate would in fact be higher because somebody has to pay for the services.
Chairman Martin, that's an excellent observation. I think I would say it's not a rollback, but it's a preventive increase. The OLOST every year is preventing additional increases.
But it does make it difficult to attract businesses because, when they're looking at trying to bring a business in, that 9% sales tax has an effect.
Well, it's it's very interesting, and I appreciate you coming and presenting to us. Also, I forgot, I neglected to thank Dante Handel for contacting you and asking you to come, and I appreciate Dante's help on that very much, and I appreciate you being here. I would like to speak with you offline about some not directly related to this. And so I might try to give you a call about, you quoted the number of parcels you have, and I'm always interested in that, about the number of parcels and what the total revenue is from the ad valorem taxes and to the number of parcels. So thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, next we have Mr. Tom Gale. Where's Tom? Is he? There he is. Tom is with Civic Forward Strategies, and of course, GMA for a long, long time, is a familiar face to us, and his reputation speaks for itself, of course. And so we are honored to have you with us and look forward to hearing your presentation to us, Tom.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Tom Gale with Civic Forward Strategies. And first of all, I want to thank you, Chairman Washburn, for having me here and the members of the ad hoc ad valorem committee. I would be remiss if I didn't say how much I enjoy working with David, your staff person, David Hartman, and of course, the yeoman work of Blake Travis and Legislative Council, who really make sure we all are between the guardrails on dealing with tax policy. So, but with that, I want to talk a few minutes. I represent a few municipalities, and I want to talk a few minutes about the concept of the expansion of the current law authorizing cities to impose a municipal option sales tax. So 19 years ago, the city of Atlanta, Mayor Shirley Franklin was elected and inherited a mess. The stormwater and wastewater systems were facing federal sanctions. There was a lawsuit. City of Atlanta faced multiple billions of dollars in repairs, and they needed to figure out a way to pay for it. The options were raise the rates or raise millage or both, which of course caused the business community in Atlanta and the residents in Atlanta to express some concern. And the General Assembly, recognizing that this was a problem that could be potentially exported to those who come to the city, allowed the city of Atlanta to have a municipal option sales tax if their voters approved it. And the mayor of Atlanta at the time, Shirley Franklin, called herself the sewer mayor, and she campaigned for the municipal option sales tax, and it passed overwhelmingly. And that tax has basically been in place since that time, but it has to be renewed in 4-year increments. It's been very successful in helping Atlanta keep their property tax low, keep their rates reasonable, and still fix these problems with this sales tax that's paid for all of the visitors who come as tourists, all the people who come into town to work and play during the day. The current municipal option sales tax law allows for 4-year terms. It can only be spent on water, sewer, and stormwater project costs. The legislature amended this municipal option sales tax law in 2020, and in April of 2021, the city of College Park, the city of East Point, and the city of Hapeville gained access to the municipal option sales tax because, like Atlanta, they had severe cost problems and expenses that they had for their water and wastewater systems. And they were tied to the city of Atlanta's water system. And so the legislature approved this expansion of the municipal option sales tax to those 3 cities. All 3 cities put those questions before their voters to authorize a 1% sales tax, and they were overwhelmingly approved in all 3 jurisdictions. 73% voting in favor of the referendum in College Park, 69.9 in East Point, and 71% in Hapeville. So fast forward to the 2023 session. Representative Derek McCollum, representing the town of Brazelton, was able to see some of the looming costs for the city of Brazelton's wastewater plant, which is an aging steel wastewater treatment system that is going to fail if they don't replace it in the foreseeable future. And it's going to cost the town of Brazelton somewhere between $25 and $35 million to replace that wastewater plant. They recognize that they're on I-85 on the interstate. They have 4 exits, and they've got a lot of tourism, Chateau Elan, Road Atlanta. And they said, hey, let's see if we can add ourselves to the club that's allowed to have a municipal option sales tax to pay for these costs. Representative McCollum dropped House Bill 146. It was heard in Chairman Martin's subcommittee during the legislative session. And I think that there was a lot of consensus that Brazelton's in a bind. They've got a problem that they can solve, similar to how Atlanta and now these other 3 cities have been able to solve the problem by expanding the number of cities to have an option for a municipal option sales tax. However, Chairman Shaw Blackman, and I wish he was on the call with us today, Chairman Shaw Blackman, in his wisdom, recognized that there were problems that needed to be solved for these for multiple cities. But he also realized that there may be the trend may be beginning where more and more cities can come to the legislature and document real needs, some real struggles that they're having in paying for their infrastructure. And they could also document that they could export the costs to those who are traveling to their jurisdictions and through their jurisdictions and using their facilities. And so Chairman Blackman said, hey, let's not look at this in a piecemeal fashion, but instead try to take a holistic approach. And so he was working with the Georgia Municipal Association at crafting some language that would create a potential alternative municipal option sales tax, an expansion of the use of municipal option sales tax. And let me tell you a little bit about what that looks like. The municipal option sales tax law would be expanded to allow for a term of 5 years. It would be in addition to all local sales taxes that were imposed in that municipality. But here's sort of the checks and balances part. It would allow for a municipality to go to their legislative delegation and ask for the legislative delegation to authorize them to move forward on a municipal option sales tax. If the delegation agreed, then they could then at the city council level vote to approve a referendum for a municipal option sales tax. And then the ultimate check is approval by the voters of that municipal option sales tax. The way the bill was drafted, it would also require subsequent approval of the local delegations to renew and put another ballot question on subsequent referendums. But here's the part that expands it in terms of use. And this is, I think, why Chairman Washburn wanted me to speak to this. The current municipal option sales tax is just for water, wastewater, and stormwater. And, obviously cities own about 75% of all the water and wastewater systems in the state. Many of those systems were built in the 60s and 70s, and they've far beyond lasted their useful lifespan, and they're being held together by duct tape in some cases. But the way that this new proposal would function is that it would allow the city council to make a decision on whether or not to move forward on capital projects. And that's not just water and wastewater, although in many cases it will be, but it would also allow the city council to determine that capital projects are needed, whether they be fire stations or roads or other infrastructure investments. Or the city council could make a decision that property tax rollback, similar to a municipal local option sales tax, is needed. So you all know that if you're in the county, you pay two taxes. If you're in the unincorporated area of a county, you pay two taxes, property taxes. You pay to the school for millage, and you pay to the county. If you're in a municipality, you're generally paying to the school and to the county. And in many cases, when a municipality has ad valorem, you're paying 3 ad valorem taxes. So in those cases, according to this draft legislation, it would give the ability of the city council to ask the voters whether a sales tax would be something for them to consider in order to roll back their ad valorem. Again, similar to a municipal local option sales tax. I think just sort of back up, if you've got a way to help cities invest in their own infrastructure, if you've got cities that are economically healthy, that raises the economic outcomes in those economies of the counties they're located in. Healthy cities are economic drivers in many counties, and the more you can do to help support them economically, it raises all boats, so to speak. So, Mr. Chairman, in closing, cities across the state have capital needs. There are some that have high millage rates that may benefit from a sales tax option to lower those millage rates. I mentioned Brazelton, but I could probably find many of the cities across the state that could tell you how important a municipal option sales tax would be in meeting the 11+ billion of capital needs that have been identified for the next 5 years for those cities. Providing them access to a most is important, but of course, absent a holistic change in the most law by the General Assembly, a piecemeal approach is what's going to happen. Don't get me wrong, it's very important that a piecemeal approach happen if the General Assembly doesn't expand it wholesale. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to answer any questions and have discussion if you'd like.
Well, thank you. And it's a good time for me to point out, as I have earlier, that there is another study committee that is dealing with all the OSTs. And we're certainly not trying to step over into their arena. The reason I did want Tom to come was purely the idea that a most could be used to roll back property taxes. And so that's why we asked him to come to talk about that today, because the other committee is operating and looking at all of those issues. So I appreciate your presentation very much. Are there any questions relative to it? This follows our theme of course, trying to think of ways to lessen the property tax burden, and a very effective presentation. I do have Representative Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom, I was talking about this earlier. The idea that the government should be in the business of infrastructure as opposed to the developers. And I've been sort of amazed at describing to folks that don't do the work that I'm in the middle of doing. Building a neighborhood, we're paying $600 to $1,000 for a linear foot of road all the way across. And then we're building the whole neighborhood and giving all that road and sewer and water to the municipalities. Now, I know they have to upkeep it, but they can bill for it, but still the cost of that infrastructure that becomes the property of the municipality turns into a burden on the homeowners, and is definitely one of the things that has been used to limit growth in some communities, and also been a tool that limits growth because the communities can't pay for the infrastructure. And so I really appreciate you bringing this forth and talking about this, because the infrastructure is how we're going to get more houses built. If you don't have any sewer or water, it's harder to build a place for people to live. And so something like this is extremely important to help the state dig out of the issues that we're in right now. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Well, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it, Representative Fry. The General Assembly's in charge of deciding what type of capital investments and infrastructure investments can be allowed should the General Assembly expand the municipal option sales tax for this type of purpose. And you touched on it. Housing is a huge issue, and I know it is with Mayor Gertz and the community that you represent in Athens. But housing is a passion and a big interest for a lot of local governments across the state. And if you could figure out a way to allow for housing investment to be a part of this, it's another way that a local government can bring this list of potential projects to their voters and convince the voters of the suitability of a sales tax paying for this type of investment for the community. So I agree with you. And we heard from Mayor Miller earlier this morning with the OLOST in Macon Bibb, and of course the appraiser from Columbus Muskogee talked about the OLOST. You in Athens Clarke don't have an OLOST, but I think that sales taxes aren't a silver bullet, but they're an option that if you put on the table for a city council to consider, it's up to them to then work with their delegation, to work with their voters to see whether it's appropriate for that community. And again, I mentioned the interstate communities. There are a lot of places across the state where if you can capture travelers heading to Disney World, let's say you're on I-75, and they can actually pay to reduce your property taxes, that's attractive for some of those communities. But of course, each individual community is going to have their own individual needs, and it's up to them to sort of navigate that and what the appropriate revenue mix will be.
Chairman Martin has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is a question. This is going to be a comment. Y'all got a rise out of me if I'm hearing somebody suggest that you pass a municipal option sales tax to raise money to subsidize somebody else's house being built. I mean, that's what I heard there. And I think if you make that one of the options, you're gonna see the first municipal option sales tax fail. Because for a lot of different reasons, we can talk about that some other time. You had me at the sewer, infrastructure that everybody in the community uses, but I think doing that to raise money, and I know that wasn't necessarily yours as Representative Fry's, and he might have a different. Representative Fry and I can get together at a game here in a couple of weeks over in Athens and talk about that. But yeah, I'm real resistant to having a sales tax that is then applied to a subset of folks, as opposed to what you had originally offered, a municipal option sales tax that went into the sewer system that all collected could make use of.
Well, Chairman Martin,
I just wanted to weigh in on that before.
Yes, sir. Well, Chairman Martin, I appreciate that. And I'm going to make sure that you and Representative Fry have that conversation offline. But I think that Chairman Washburn did want us to be conversational. And of course, this is just food for thought for this committee and your subcommittee of Ways and Means. But of course, I trust the judgment of the General Assembly in trying to craft something that is reasonable and can be a tool for infrastructure investments or property tax rollback. I will leave that debate to you all on what types of investment are appropriate and also politically feasible in terms of asking for voter support. But I appreciate your comments, Chairman Martin.
Well, thank you, Tom. And mostly, again, what we were not trying to get into the other committees or work, but wanted you to talk mostly about the idea of rollback and not entering into debate between the two committee members now. It is interesting to me, though, that however it's paid for, the expansion of water and sewer is, one of the things we keep coming back to over and over again in housing cost is the more efficient use of the land and being able to put more units on an acre of land. And of course, if we can expand water and sewer, that does help that cost situation a lot. So again, not getting into the debate about the other thing, my interest was mostly about the idea of a city being able to pass a most in order to roll back the millage rate. And so thank you again for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next we have another Zoom presenter, and we're a little behind. Is Jim Davis on the line? Okay, he maybe got detained. All right, our 2 o'clock was to have been a member of the Macon-Bibb County Board of Tax Assessors, and he's apparently gotten delayed. And there may have been a breakdown in getting the information to him. Is Allison Couch on the line? She's supposed to be Zooming as well, but hers was only at 2:30, so she's not up yet. Okay, well, of all things, we're ahead of schedule. So we will just take a little break here for a couple of minutes, and hopefully we can reach Ms. Couch and see if she wants to present. I'm fearful Jim Davis didn't get the email about the Zoom link, and I may try to call him, see if we can get him. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have asked Clint Mueller of the Association of County Commission of Georgia to make some comments to us on an idea and a proposal. And it involves, of course, we have been, a large part of this week, we have looked a lot at how to broaden the base in terms of we know how important ad valorem taxes are to our local communities, of course, to fund education, to fund all the other service deliveries for counties and cities and consolidated governments. We have been looking at ways to broaden that and to reduce the burden on property owners. And so I asked Mr. Mueller to make some comments to us about an idea and a concept of what is known as the HOST, HOST. And I asked him if he would take a few minutes to present that to the committee. So thank you, Clint, for being willing to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We have another sales tax option in the state of Georgia that is designed to reduce property tax. And that's called the Homestead Option Sales Tax, or better known as HOST. And I'm going to explain it. And when I do, some of you are going to say, wow, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Why don't we have this in more places in the state? Well, the reason we don't have it in more places in the state is state law says if you've already got a LOST, which is a regular local option sales tax, you're not allowed to even consider this. So state law prevents us from even considering it. I think if you remove that provision in state law and you allowed local governments to consider this, I think you'd get a lot more that would probably put it on the ballot and let their citizens decide. It's a homestead exemption. It does require your delegation to pass a local act at the General Assembly, and then it requires the local referendum. So it's a two-step process. So if you all were to remove the impediment in general law and allow people to do this or consider it, you'd still have the protection of you've got to get your local delegation, your House and Senate members on board, and then you got your citizens to vote for it. But then if it were to pass, obviously it would provide more property tax relief on homesteaded property. And that's the key difference. It only applies to your homesteaded property, not all the other types of properties that are out there. And some people may say, well, why do you want to give preference to the homesteaded property? Well, some people will say, you know, if you're living in the home and it's your primary residence, you're not making income off of it, right? You're not renting it out. You're not selling products out of the house. You're not doing anything to generate income. You're just living there, and it costs to live there. And a lot of people would say there's some value in making sure that the roof over your head, the shelter that's provided to you, that somehow you don't lose that because you can't afford to pay the taxes, right? We talked about the retirees on fixed income that just happened to have bought a house 40 years ago, which today is a very desirable area. And because the assessments have gone up and other things have happened, they all of a sudden, their income's not keeping up with the appreciation in their housing prices and then their taxes. So they're getting pressured now to have to sell that property. So this kind of mechanism is to basically focus all that tax relief on homeowners to make sure they're not taxed out of their property. And in the two counties where this has been done, which is both DeKalb and Rockdale, in DeKalb, in Rockdale, it's 75% off their county tax bill due to this sales tax. In DeKalb, it's 100% off their tax bill. My county, Cherokee, has considered it, and several other counties have looked at it. Most of the counties actually that have looked at it, they estimate they could give 100% off the county property tax bill. In other words, you pay zero county property taxes if this were to go into effect on your homesteaded property. So that's pretty powerful, not to pay any taxes. We talked about Columbus, Muskogee, that they were only paying 100 taxes. Well, how about zero? And so it's really a way to supplant property tax dollars with sales tax dollars, but only on homesteaded property. And that's why it gives you more tax relief, because you're really targeting all those dollars to homesteaded properties. Again, we only have it in 2 places in the state, but nobody else in the state can consider it right now. But if you really want to prioritize the type of property you want to give the most tax relief to, and you believe that that property should be your residential homesteaded properties, this is going to give the most bang for the buck. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about it.
Well, thank you, Clint, very much for presenting that. And again, just to be clear, the restriction now is you cannot impose this host if you have the other lost, right?
Right. So that basically knocks out of the 159 counties, all but 3. There's only 3 now that could possibly.
So
do
our
host.
proposal would have to be to eliminate that restriction and to allow somebody to do it and add the other penny on top of the lost.
That's right.
That's a very powerful argument about that. Actually, I'd been giving some thought to it and wanting to study a little bit what sales tax revenues are in certain counties and as opposed to the property tax revenue. So you do have a question from Representative Fry.
Thank you for this, bringing this to our attention. And, I appreciate this. I would love this opportunity to provide homeowners tax relief. But do you remember why we prevented a county that already had a loss to put a host in place? Was it back in around when I came in, 2012, 2013? Is it in that era?
Yeah, so DeKalb, this was done for DeKalb County. So, and I was not around when this was put into law, but I know that DeKalb tried to pass a law. They were not able to do so for whatever reason. And their legislators thought this up as an alternative. Maybe we just focus on the homeowners, and maybe if we can get the homeowners more tax relief, maybe they'll vote for it. And so it was put in law for DeKalb County, but they did not want, how so many general laws that you all pass. Well, let's take your OLOS, for example. It's restricted, right, just to the consolidated governments. Well, the Columbus OLOS was restricted just to Columbus. You all know how things work down here. You don't want to bring the discussion statewide and bring all the other legislators into the discussion because you really just want this for your county. So you find a way to make it a general law, in a sense, only apply to your county.
Right.
So my guess is that's what happened when DeKalb did this. They basically said, well, we don't want to upset the apple cart with all these other counties in the state that have a loss and bring their delegations into this discussion. So we're going to basically say, if you have that tax, you can't do this one. This is just for those that don't have it.
Well, I think it's very interesting. I think anytime we can shift the ad valorem tax burden to more of a sales tax, I think it's a good thing. My assumption also is that there was just some feeling of wanting to limit sales tax and not allow, apparently didn't want to let you add 2 instead of 1. Chair Lady Camp.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I was curious, thank you for being here and for presenting, because this is interesting to me. In the communities in which I represent, host is not a part of our tax structure. Is there any particular reason that you can share with us why Cherokee County has not embraced this? Is it because they're lost recipients, or is there some other reason?
Okay, at risk of me saying something I probably shouldn't since I lived there. So they did try this. It went to referendum and it failed. And so what I'm going to tell you, because you're asking me why did it fail? Sounds like a good idea. I'm just going to give you my opinion on that because I live in that county. One, there was one group of citizens that felt like sales tax is a regressive tax and that this ultimately, the extra sales tax is going to shift tax burden to the lower income people, and it wasn't worth the tax savings because obviously the high dollar people that live in a mansion or multi-million-dollar house to have their taxes wiped out, that's a huge benefit to them because there was no value restrictions, right? So it doesn't matter what the value of your house is, you still, in a sense, in my county would have got 100% exemption and not had to pay any property taxes. So I think some people had a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, landlords didn't necessarily like it. People that rent, and again, a lot of your lower income people are renters, and they were like, well, we get nothing out of this because we don't own our home, we rent our home. And so what do we get out of this? And then the business community, I think, had some concerns about, well, does this eventually shift tax burden to the business community? Because if you take the political pressure off the elected officials, because now you don't really care what your assessments do anymore if you're paying no property tax, right? Okay, fine, my assessment's doubled. Okay, I'm still paying 0 property tax. Do I really care that my assessment doubled?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think the business community and others felt like, well, this is taking pressure off of our local elected officials when they're setting millage rates. And so maybe this is not going to be good for us long-term. It's going to shift burden to us. There was a number of those reasons why. But again, it's kind of your perspective. Obviously, if you're a homeowner and that's the only type of property you own, financially, this is going to be in your best interest. But if you're a renter or any other type of property owner that doesn't to have a homestead, well, this doesn't really help you, but you're going to be paying the sales tax that funds it.
And if I could just follow up. So in your opinion, the communities that you mentioned, Cherokee, which has 575 running through it, Rockdale, which has I-20, DeKalb, which has every interstate running through it. You have to have a decent sales tax base for this to be advantageous to the homeowners, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's just like the OLOS, it's just like anytime you use sales tax to offset property tax, if you're only doing it within a county jurisdiction, well, you've got to obviously be able to raise enough sales tax to actually do something. In our more rural counties, they're probably not going to be able to raise that level of sales tax. So yeah, for the more urban counties, it works pretty well. It probably would not work so well for a rural county.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Lady Camp. I think it's an interesting debate about it, almost for me, that if you broadened it to say, no, we're going to ask for legislation to let any county that wants to add another sales tax, another penny sales tax, in order to do a general rollback for all types of property rather than just homestead. And I understand the argument about, well, it's your home, it's where you live. But the counter argument to that is, the people who are living in the houses or who is service delivered to them that is being funded the most. When we start looking, I was thinking about the Muskogee County presentation a minute ago and thinking about, the people that are paying almost no property taxes, and yet they're availing themselves of all the services that are delivered every day. And so that is purely, obviously, a very unfair system. And I know they are struggling with what to do about it. So I wonder if it's not in my mind at least, a better idea to just look at the idea of shifting the overall property tax burden, no matter what kind of property it is, to the sales tax. To Chair Lady Camp's observation, obviously it matters. There's a huge difference in the amount of revenue produced by sales tax across Georgia. And one of the things I've wanted to study a little bit when I had time was to just look at that and look at some of the more rural counties and how much sales tax they bring in. So I do think it's a very interesting idea to think about loosening that to allow another penny to be added. I'm assuming in that proposal, is it part of the code that you have to collect a sales tax for a full year before the rollback can be implemented?
Yes, that's part of it. That's the same code I think that you've had in OLOST and we've had in other sales taxes. You got to collect for a full calendar year before you apply the tax
Right.
reduction.
Mm-hmm.
One other thing for y'all to think about, because whether it's OLOST or host or any of that, it's a percentage, right? So the higher dollar properties get more dollars off. So, right, the $1 million house is going to get a whole lot more dollars off than the $100,000 house. The way you all have structured HTRG is it's more of a flat amount. You remember the governor said, I'm going to give everybody $500 off their bill.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And you all could structure something like this and go that route instead. So instead of a percentage off, it's okay, we're going to take this sales tax pot of money and we're going to give as much dollars off, but we're going to get the same amount of dollars off for everybody. So that $100,000 house is going to get the same dollar reduction as the $1 million house. That's another way to look at tax equity, but that gets to your lower income properties. At that point, now you're providing more tax relief percentage wise to your lower income properties. And I'm not just talking about homesteaded properties. You could do that for all types of properties, for commercial, industrial. So your small businesses, again, all your smaller dollar properties would get a lot more tax relief percentage wise, than your higher. But so
I think it's interesting what the reasons you gave that it failed in Cherokee, and the idea of letting apartment owners, whether they're local or out of state, benefit from the same rollback provision certainly helps those apartment dwellers as well, assuming that tax increases are reflected in higher rents. So I'm continuing to be intrigued by the idea of reducing ad valorem taxes with more sales tax. Obviously, there's details there to think about. And of course, you know, one of the more in a county like Cherokee, I'm sure you've got a lot of high-end housing there and they pay big tax bills. But they don't put any more demand on the service delivery than the occupant that pays a much lower tax bill. And so when we start talking about fairness and who needs what and what's delivered to them and how it's paid for, it's a very complex question.
There was one other reason I just remembered that it got a lot of discussion in the press and why it failed. With host, the existing law, they allow you to take 20 up to no more than, but up to 20% off the top for capital. And then the rest is for property tax relief. Now, when it was on the referendum in Cherokee County, the Board of Commissioners said, we're going to give 100% of it to tax relief. We're not taking anything off the top for capital. But a lot of some of the citizen groups kept pointing to the law and saying, well, legally you could, and legally just because you say you're not doesn't mean a future Board of Commissioners won't. And we don't like this idea of a quote, almost like a slush fund where it's not like SPLOST where you give us a list of projects and we know what we're voting on and how you're spending our sales tax dollars. You got this potential 20% that you can pull off the top at any time you want and just use it for any kind of capital project you want without coming to the voters. They did not like that provision at all. So I think that if you were to open host up and allow more people to look at that option, that may be something you want to consider is fixing that and just saying 100% of it has to go to property tax relief.
I'm intrigued by that
None
idea.
of it goes to capital.
Yeah, I think property owners would respond well to it probably. But that is interesting. There was another opinion today rendered that you always have to give something to be used for capital to get the people to pass it. So, but I'm intrigued by the idea of adding the sales tax for 100% property tax relief on all properties, not just homestead. But thank you so much. Our next presenter has now come in Zoom, and thank you, Clint, for presenting that. I appreciate you doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter is Mr. Jim Davis, who is a member of the Macon-Bibb County Board of Tax Assessors and has a long history in dealing with property taxation. And I appreciate Jim being willing to join us by Zoom today. And so he has some comments he wants to make and observations of how we might improve our ad valorem tax system in terms of valuation, et cetera. So Jim, thank you for joining us.
Dale, Mr. Chairman, I can't tell if you can see me.
We can see you.
Okay.
And
Okay,
you look good, Jim.
Thank you. For a retired guy, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I want you to know that I absolved from playing golf today to come up here before you today. I'm just kidding. Of course, Dale, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you and other members of the committee the chance to give you some thoughts on this subject. I've really been doing this since 1972, so I got a few years in the business, and I've seen ups and downs and changes and so forth and so on. And I've heard some of the ideas that have somewhat been presented about the ad valorem tax, one of which has to do with going to sale price and other means to cap or otherwise limit inflationary increases to the valuation for ad valorem tax. One overriding thought that I've always tried to go by, the Georgia Constitution in Article 7, Section 1, Paragraph 3, actually states that all taxation must be uniform within the same class of property. So we're talking real property is the class in this circumstance. I always go back to the uniformity clause from day one when I've been trained in this business back to the 70s. So any attempt to cap or otherwise limit a certain valuation, I'm afraid could run into that uniformity clause if we were to put sale price on one house that is sold at 23 and everybody else in the subdivision would be based on the sale from say 5 years ago. I don't think we'd have uniformity within the constitutional requirement in that circumstance. So I would just ask the committee to consider the uniformity clause and any changes we might, y'all might think about doing. A couple other issues I think that are causing there's always issues about property tax. It's unpopular, of course. A lot of the taxpayers think it's arbitrary. They think that we drive around in the car and look at the house from the street and come up with a number. Of course, that's not the case. There are scientific and appraisal methods used by the counties, 159 counties. But there are some issues in state law that do cause some problems at the local level, and it ultimately feeds down to the millage rate that's going to be required by the school board and the county commissioners and city mayor council for those cities that have a millage, such as when a board of equalization holds a hearing based on an appeal of value. That value that is set by the board of equalization is actually locked in, assuming the taxpayer shows up for the hearing. Whether the value is reduced or remains the same, that value is set for that year plus 2 more. So it's referred to as, and I think it came out of some prior legislation from back in the 90s, where a particular county south of Atlanta had a written policy of automatically raising the value set by the BOE the next year back to the previous year's value. So that legislation was an attempt to correct that and stop that from happening. But what the effect of it is that when the state audit department does a sales ratio study, and I'm sure some other presenters have talked to y'all about that to some degree, and that number that comes out of that ratio study is used primarily for QBE purposes to equalize the 5 mil equivalent. But it's also used, the number that comes out of that study is used by the revenue department for digest approval or disapproval. And there's a particular number, if your county's ratio is below 38% on the scale of 40, of course, the state law says we're supposed to assess property at 40% of fair market value. If that number that comes out of the state study is below 38%, then whatever number that is, say 35, 36, 37%, is also the assessment ratio that must be used for public utility property. So in a case where if you have a Georgia Power with, let's say, $1 billion worth of property in a county, then instead of being assessed at 40% times the millage, that particular public utility would be assessed at, let's say, 35% times the millage. And of course, that 5% differential would be a loss of revenue substantially to the county and the school. So that's an issue that I think needs to be addressed about that 3-year lock and how it may affect the sales ratio number. And that if that value is locked in for 3 years and a sale takes place, let's say in the second year at a higher value, then the ratio is going to be affected. It will be a low ratio. Another issue about that 3-year lock is that lock stays in even if the property is sold and changes hands. So even if a sale takes place within that 3-year period, that 3-year lock still is in effect even if it's been sold. And then referring back to the ratio study, once again, it's an important tool that is used every year for every county by the revenue department. Now, if your ratio is below 36%, then the revenue department may actually put the county on notice and give them 3 years to correct that to get the number up above 36%, hopefully above 38. But if you don't do it, the county doesn't do it within 3 years, then the state fines the county $5 per parcel. So that can turn into a county the size of Beer with about 70,000 parcels. That's over $250,000 fine. So that's an issue that more or less pressures the county to get that ratio above 36 and for public utility properties assessment, hopefully above 38. So all that kind of feeds back to the same issue about we as local assessors and the appraisers that work for us, the standard is 40% of fair market value. Now, I think there's also been discussion about why do we use 40%? Why don't we just use the 100% appraised value, which I think has merit because I think the 40% assessment number confuses the public. It's a complex issue anyway. They don't know where the number comes from. And if they see, let's say a $250 house, $250,000 house, 40% is an assessment of $100,000. Well, some taxpayers get that notice showing $100,000. They say, well, my house is worth more than that. When in fact, we're saying the house is worth $250,000 at the appraised value level. So I think going to 100% has substantial merit. And of course, the millage rate could be adjusted. So if you increase the digest going to 100% by 2.5 times, then the millage would offset that to make it revenue neutral. So it wouldn't be a way to inflate the digest and get more money out of it from the taxpayers, because it could be revenue neutral by adjusting the millage. So that's a lot of stuff I've thrown at y'all. And I wonder if any of that makes sense, or you've heard it before, or if I can clarify any of it, any member of the committee, as I'm here by Zoom today.
Well, Jim, everything you have stated is very interesting. Actually, some of it has been stated before, but that's a good thing, because we know that different people at different times and places, or who are intelligent people, are suggesting the same things to us. We had heard before about the situation of the lock-in with the appeal. We have heard that more than once, which indicates to me that that's a very valid concern and something that should be addressed. Also, I'm delighted to hear that you feel the way you do about the 100% valuation and the 40% valuation. We've heard that more than one time, heard it more than one time today, that is confusing and it needs to be corrected. Does the committee have any questions? I know the hour's late, and I appreciate Jim's presentation. Does anyone have any question or any clarification about anything? Well, I don't see any other questions. I do appreciate very much you taking some time to talk with me, of course, late last night, actually, as we try to connect over a long period of time. And I appreciate your observations, appreciate your presentation to us. And so thank you so much, Jim, for presenting to us and for your observations.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, one more thing I forgot to mention, that because the nature of how the tax bills are computed is somewhat confusing to the taxpayer, one little shortcut, I actually teach a course, 2-day course on county commissioners on property tax administration, PowerPoint presentation that kind of gets them up to speed on how this process works. One of the things I suggest to them is to yearly compute what's called an effective tax rate. Is simply that year's millage rate times 40%. That turns it into a percentage to be applied against the 100% appraisal. So in other words, if your millage rate is 25 mils, that times 40% is an effective tax rate of 1%. And I think the taxpayers can understand that in plain terms. In other words, if your appraised value is $100,000, in that case, you're going to pay 1% of the full value in property tax. In other words, the effective tax rate in that case would be 1%. If you have a millage rate of 40 mils, 40 times 40 would be a tax rate of 1.6%. So, and that could be computed yearly based on the millage rate that's desired by the levying authorities require the amount of money. So that's just one more little mathematical trick that I kind of throw out to commissioners about yearly computing in your county what is the effective tax rate and communicating with the taxpayer. That's just one more thing I want to throw in there as an idea to think about.
And I really appreciate you mentioning that one. In addition, I'm so glad you came back in, because some of us have been talking informally, and it's been my observation over many years of being in the real estate business and being a county commissioner and teaching real estate classes, that so few people who pay the taxes really understand the system. And the 40% issue is a big confusion to people, and not a lot of people do not understand the millage rate, and they don't understand what a mill is. And so I hope that we will begin to look at the idea of bills being based on 100% of the value and changing from a millage rate to a percentage rate. We think the general public would be served well by that. And I really appreciate you mentioning that before we finish here. So thank you, Jim, so much for coming and presenting to us.
My pleasure, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and other members of the committee. Hope I can help in the future.
Thank you, sir. Well, it is after 3. We have not had anybody else log in. We had one more presenter from the National Federation of Independent Businesses. I will tell you in 60 seconds. We had a presentation from them at the Small Business Development Committee last session about the tax that is imposed, and some of you local officials can correct me if I misspeak on this. I don't think it's statewide, but in some counties, there is an ad valorem tax assessed to inventory and equipment of businesses. And she was going to speak to us about that issue, but we've had a little breakdown here, and I think that she maybe didn't get the Zoom information, so she's not going to speak. Well, I want to thank the committee members. It's 5 after 3. It's past adjournment time. I think that we have had a productive 2 days with a lot of great presentation, a lot of great testimony. And I appreciate all of you who have been here so faithfully through it. And I appreciate our committee members. I've been so appreciative and impressed at how much interaction we've had and how many questions. So I think we will report back to Chairman Blackman, of course, and we don't know what will happen going forward. But I think this has been a productive committee, and I think we've had a lot of good information and a lot of good ideas and a lot of good interaction. So I want to thank all of you again. And again, thanks to ACCG and GMA for providing lunch for us today and for your presentations on both days. So thank you everybody for being here. I wish you all safe travels, and I look forward to seeing you soon.